achieve its goal, that is to capture the territory and to overcome Ukrainian resistance. However, the full-scale invasion of 2022 demonstrates that the localized use in Ukraine of, of this well-trained guards and fighters is not enough. After several defeats on the battlefield, the Russian authorities set out to achieve success in certain areas of the front line. First and foremost, we're talking about the city of Bakhmut and its surrounding areas. Let me explain for our foreign guests. Bakhmut is a small town in Donetsk region. Now, most of that region was occupied by Russia back in 2014. And now, Russia is trying to reach the administrative borders of this region. Capturing Bakhmut was a matter of principle for Russia, so they've sent the Wagner Group to Bakhmut. But we may say that it was a significant challenge to get more people to their forces, so they needed to find a very fast decision. So they decided to quickly recruit a large number of people from the prisons, and the representatives of the Wagner groups, they visited a lot of colonies in Russian Federation, and the convicts were promised with a monetary reward, clothing, food, and most importantly, they were guaranteed to receive an amnesty. On the part of the Russian Federation, these costs were significantly less significant than the cost of general mobilization to the armed forces. Besides, the promises to the convicts could not be fulfilled, and they would not protest in any case. So the first convicts who agreed to fight against Ukraine as elite paratroopers of Russia's, they went to the border of Rostov region, and then they were sent to the vicinity of Bakhmut. Now, in this way, Russia seemed to find an endless human resource that could be used without regret, and that could be quickly restored, because there were always convicts in the first ranks, and they were commanded by those who had significant combat experience. I mean, those who had been recently to Syria, Libya, or Mozambique. The involvement of the Wagner Group was confirmed by the interviewed soldiers who had participated in combat operations and were captured near Bakhmut. It was from them that we've learned about numerous war crimes against prisoners of war. Starting from the August 2022 until the May of 2023, representatives of the Wagner Group, they took Ukrainian soldiers as POWs, even though it was kind of an unusual procedure for them. They've held those Ukrainian POWs on their own, they were registering them on their own, and they were compiling the list of those POWs and further provided them for the exchange. The military testified that Wagner have a special request for a certain number of POWs. The other POWs were killed. For example, they committed mass murders of unarmed soldiers who were under control. One of the witnesses said that out of 20 people who were captured by the Wagner groups, only 3 survived. The rest were laid on the ground and then shot in front of others. The others recalled that before the interrogation, they were shown 2 heads of Ukrainian soldiers mounted on a rebar, and they also said that this is Edik and this is Valera. They wanted everything in accordance to the Geneva Convention. Do you want to do the same? There's a room for the 3rd head. That's not the only known case. We know then when Wagner members demonstrated severed heads of Ukrainian soldiers. In April 2023, a video was posted on the internet showing the representatives of the Wagner groups who were cutting off the head of the Ukrainian POW. That was later confirmed by a former Wagner commander, Andriy Medvedev, who fled Russia and sought political asylum in Norway, and he was giving an interview. We also know are aware of cases of desecration of the bodies of the victims, and we describe a case when a body of one of the Ukrainian soldiers who were killed in battle, he was returned with his head off, and the hand was smashed later on. Ukrainian soldiers tell about numerous cases of torture. Someone's hands were smashed with a hammer, someone's ear was cut off, someone was set fire alive. And different witnesses, at different times, they're saying that Wagnerivtsi did this for fun. More information about the capture and detention of Ukrainian soldiers can be found in investigation in our documents, which are available on the website. And also, the Wagner have committed mass crimes against the civilian population, so we continue with the investigation of this aspect, but that topic seems far more complicated to research and investigation, but we still have to do this investigation. Why the topic is so difficult? Because the territory where Wagner operated remained occupied, and most of the residents leaving this occupied territory or the territory under control of the Russian Federation, they were either displaced deep into the occupied territories or they were taken to the territory of Russian Federation. So we don't have access to them, nor the law enforcement agencies of Ukraine have any access to them. We have many facts, and we shall be investigating them about what the Wagner Group was committing in the vicinity of the Bakhmut area. There's a public statement of the former members of the Wagner Group saying that they had an order to clear the settlements, to kill the civilians, and they could be killing up to 300 civilians in the basement of one building. And it's difficult to confirm or deny these words, but we cannot ignore them for sure, because we know that Wagnerivtsi tortured and killed civilians in the Global South countries. We're talking about hundreds and thousands of civilians. And what's important is that the crimes of the Wagner Group remain uninvestigated. The perpetrators have not been named, and not only because many Wagner representatives mentioned by the Ukrainian armed forces are hiding their faces behind masks. So we could only see Yevhen Prigozhin on the territory of the occupied Luhansk or Donetsk region. But primarily, this is because Wagner Group is trying to act as a separate group without a divine status, which would not be associated with the Russian government. But we know that the war in Ukraine has clearly demonstrated that Wagner Group is under the effective control of the Russian Federation, and it is the Kremlin that is responsible for every crime committed by them. In the summer of 2023, the President of Russia, Putin, said that the group was funded from the federal budget, and they've spent around $1 billion to support the Wagner Group per year. So that could be the minimum amount. There could be far more spending, and obviously the real costs may be hidden. However, over time it's becoming increasingly difficult for Russia to conceal the fact that it controls such hybrid military formations. Besides, we have witnesses, and they want to have an objective and comprehensive investigation as well as fair judgment. And not only against those people operating on the territory of Ukraine, but against those who continue to operate on the territory of the Global South countries. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. You have short description of this report on your seats. Please take it with you and read it. This is really very important. And we are moving to our discussion. We have brilliant and very professional speakers today with us. I very appreciate they're willing to talk on this very difficult and sometimes even dangerous topic. So let me introduce them. Online with us virtually is Mazen Darwish, the president of the Syrian Center for Media and Free Expression. I hope Mazen is with us, yeah. Also, today with us, Umaru Polkolaga founder and executive director of the Institute of Strategy and International Relations from Burkina Faso. Also, today with us, very brave activist and politician from Venezuela, Armando Daniel Gerardo Armas Cortin. Armando Armas, you're welcome. Also, we are very happy to have here with us Maxim Timochko, who is a prominent Ukrainian lawyer, but also he's an officer of the Ukraine Armed Forces, and now he represents the legal department of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. And also virtually, today with us is Dr. Sorcha MacLeod. She is a prominent researcher in the fields of the international humanitarian law and law of human rights. She was involved in the drafting of the Montreux document and the International Code of Conduct for Private Security Providers. So, as you see, we're going to have very interesting discussion. And as we start with those Wagner's activities on the battlefield, I would like to move to Syria, and I would like to ask Mazen Darwish to describe what happened with civilians during Wagner's activities in Syria. We know that the organization, the NGO of Mazen Darwish supported family of executed civilian. It was a very famous case in 2017. I remember how we all were shocked by this case, and before preparing this discussion, we discussed with Mazen, should we show you that video that was recorded by Wagner Group or not, and we decided that we won't shock you so much, but I think many of you remember that video, that shocking video. So, Mazen, I would like to ask you to tell us about this case, but before, maybe you can give us some background. When did Wagner Group appeared in Syria? Why did they appear there, and what were they doing? The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, and I'm happy and honored to be with you and your distinguished colleague. First of all, Wagner, it's not anymore a Syrian case. We can recognize that they are working in several countries, especially in Africa and Libya. Our story as a Syrian with Wagner started in 2015, when in September, when the Russian forces decided to come directly to Syria, not only give political and armed support to the Syrian regime, but to become involved directly in the military situation on the ground. We can see the work of Wagner starting in 2016, when we are talking about the huge massacre happened in Aleppo. This is how we recognize Wagner act as a civilian, especially in the north in Aleppo. They use a different method from the classic army, and they don't have any respect for any international humanitarian law or even the war protocols. We think that they work to build this terrorist in the civilian people Aleppo, to push them to leave their village and city and their houses. This crime, this massacre done in front of the families, the women, the children, so they push people to leave and to allow them not only to defeat the military rapper, but also to make this displacement of the population in Aleppo. In 2017, especially in the desert and Tadmor, we can identify the cooperation and how the Russian army use Wagner even. And as the description, they are in the front line. Then the Russian army coming behind them. So they put them in the front when they fighting ISIS or the other rebel in Tadmor and in the desert. They don't care. They are sheep fighter, care about even their safety, so they use them. And we believe that even the problem or the fight between Wagner and the officer of the Russian army started from this battle in 2017, where we can see the Russian journalist Romanovsky, who put write in his diary about this battle and description how Prigogine and Dvornikov have this fight about blaming the Russian army not give enough weapons. In that period, in 2017, Wagner leader Prigogine was very angry and feel that they use them or they don't give them enough weapons for this battle. After 2017, the most important happened, I think, in February 2018, when the Russian military pushed Wagner group to have a fight with the American and the Kurdish authority. There is in Syria some kind of agreement that the Russian army will not cross Al-Furat River, where in the north of the Al-Furat River, the American fighter with the Kurdish group was there. As Reuters write, after have interviewed several let me say, leader of Wagner or in the Russian group, that they feel that the Russian army cheating them. They push them to fight the American, and they told them, you will have our support and you will have Air Force covered. While when the American general contact the Minister of Defense in Russia, he said, we don't know anything about those fighters. We don't have any relation with them. And there is a huge massacre. The number, more than 200 fighters from Wagner killed and destroyed all their weapons in that day. After 2018, we can see Wagner move from the front of the battle and focusing about the financial benefit. In this period until now, Wagner have this agreement with even the Syrian government that any oil or gas or even the phosphate, they control it. They have 25% from the benefit. And the contract with the Syrian government goes for 25 years even. So this is an example how this Wagner company, how they finance themselves, how they gain from this war. In 2017, as you mentioned, there is this short video show that Wagner group punished 7 of military Russian people laughing. They wear the uniform of Wagner. The video record from one of them and show how they are tortured one of the Syrian civilian. In November 2019, there is additional video about the same case, show how even they, I don't want to go in details, but in the end, after they torture him, kill him, they play football in his head. And with the support from Memorial and FIDH, we can even identify bunch of the suspect of those Wagner group. We have two brave lawyers in Moscow. They agreed to represent us in this case. And we believe that this is very important to fight the Russian propaganda, because, as you know, they always use this type of imperialism and show that they are, yes, fight for freedoms or to support those countries. We don't know how much the Russian propaganda affected the ordinary people inside Russia. So this is our target from the case, not because we think that the jurisdiction in Russia will bring the fair trial in this case, but we think it's very important when we speak to the Russian people, to ordinary people, to tell them this has happened in Moscow, in your jurisdiction. So no one can say that this is a foreign issue or a political case. This is your jurisdiction. So we start in this process in 2021, and the lawyers send the complaint to the investigation department in the federal Russia. Honestly, it's a nightmare dealing with the jurisdiction. While we think that they should protect the victim, protect our representative, but they keep postponed the case. They refuse to accept the paper for administrative reason, as they said in the first time and the second time, and we keep apply and try to bring all the details they wanted, and they go in a huge and unneeded legal demand, but we succeed to apply all their demand in this way. And after several times, we try to have a decision from the Department of Investigation, and they refuse to answer our lawyer demand. Then we go to Basmani court, and we have this complaint against the investigation committee in the Russian Federal. And here, as we expected, the judge in Basmani court, A. Nikolaeva, support the investigation department in their ignoring. And in the end, and the third time, when our lawyer, Peter Zinking and Ilya Nevikov, sent a written demand, they said, we need a written decision from the court. In the end, they bring an answer from the Mr. Bachtosov. I'm sorry if I'm not saying the names in the good way, but the answer coming and said, there is no reason to open structure investigation in this case, while there is no evidence that the victim is dying. And we are talking about videotape show that in the end they cut his head and play football in his head. And for the investigation committee, they said there is not enough evidence that he's died.
Thank you, Mazen. Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, I think this case illustrates very well how Russian government, how Russia tries to hide the crimes committed by Wagner Group. We will come back to you. Thank you for your experience and thank you for your efforts to bring this case to the court. But we understand that we can't talk about justice itself when it comes to Russian justice, but these efforts are very important, I think, not only for Syrians, but for the whole world. But now I want us to move to another region. I think from this region, the messages about the Wagner Group appeared. I mean the Sahel region in Africa, and particular Burkina Faso, Mali, and other countries around. And today, fortunately, we have with us Umaru Koalago, who is a well-known expert in this region in the topics of terrorism and extremism and others. And please, Mr. Koalaga, could you tell us about your perspective about Wagner Group's activities in your region? And we understand that here, when we're talking about Ukraine and Syria, it was mostly about war. But when it comes to African countries, it is very often about their commercial interests and where they where they try to secure mineral extractions and other commercial activities. So please, I know you have a presentation. Could please our technical staff to show us this presentation? And please, the floor is yours.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for the introduction. And I would like, before starting, say that I'm very honored, to be here with brilliant speakers and with distinguished participants. So I'm coming from Burkina Faso, that is located in West Africa. And as you know, just to give us a small background of the place where I'm coming from, Africa, just to remind, it's 54 states, 5 regions, and I'm from West Africa. And my focus in my intervention of this morning will be dealing with, as she said, the Sahel. But in the Sahel, we have 2 Sahel, not to make confusion. Then we have what we call the Great Sahel, the African Sahel, that moves, let's say, from Sudan with Chad, Mauritania, and Burkina, Mali, and Niger. The one I will be, focusing in will be what we call the Central Sahel, okay, or the Liptako Gourmand. This is, if you make some researches, then you will see this is a new and, let's say, very often intervening in the different analyses. As she's also said, the founder of a think tank, and we used to work on governance and security issues. And at times, I also, speaking on media just to make some analysis. Okay, now, to go straight to the topic, let's say that Wagner in the Sahel region started in 2021 with okay.
Yeah, this is
just a background. Then it started in 2021 with Mali, because this is the region where we are, let's say, familiar with a coup, military coup. In Africa and West Africa, as I said at the very beginning, most of the countries, I would say all the countries of West Africa have experienced military coup except Senegal. Many countries, I will insist on it, 15 countries, the 14 countries have experienced military coup. Burkina, my country, is the champion with pretend coup. This is just to give you, a picture of what is happening in the region. I just wanted to show you with a map because it goes.
Sorry, we have some technical issues.
But before we let's continue. Okay. It's not coming.
We are sorry, so you could keep talking,
Okay.
and I'll try to.
All right. So it was
solve
very interesting to have the map up. Anyway, I will continue. So as I was saying that my intervention will be focusing on Wagner's activities in the region and Sahel, in the Liptako Gourma. I'm mainly focusing on, let's say, mercenaries activities, supporting, let's say, the militaries in the region, because, alone, the thing that they're facing, an important issue, which is terrorism. And it is very difficult for these armies, to fight against. And that was a very, good, opportunity for Wagner's, to come and support these, let's say, armies. I would say Mali is so obvious because we have Wagner with this army fighting and committing, let's say, killing civilians. There are some evidences about, these issues. Okay, with Burkina is, let's say, a close, let's say, a collaboration, but, they are not so far, fighting with, the army on the ground, okay? With Niger, which is just, the recent country that experienced a coup, they have just started negotiations because, if you follow news from, this part of Africa, that is the Sahel region, you will see that, the regional organization ECOWAS did not accept, this last coup because that will give opportunity to the others country also to go through this coup d'etat. And then Wagner becomes as, a sort of savior angel that will, let's say, also support, this country, to go through, this situation. The perspective from the region is totally different from what you used to maybe hear. In the region, Wagner is, let's say, considered by many people, depending on the propaganda of Russian, as, a very good, experience, even at the top level. Recently, if you follow the Minister of State, one Minister of State at the United Nations General Assembly even used the term Wagner by saying that, okay, we are not, let's say, opposed to Wagner's, but for the moment, we don't have Wagner's with our army, but our fighters may be considered as Wagner. This is very surprising. And even the head of state, I was talking with, some people yesterday that consider maybe the head of state, because it's very young, is behaving like Thomas Sankara. But let me tell you that it's cheating, because in the reality is behaving like the others, okay? That, generally use, let's say, the situation with, the youth, as this program today is very extended, and then they are, maybe it's not working? Yeah. Okay, this is the map. And then you see the three countries, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. In green, you have, these space that covers the three countries that we call Liptako Gourma. And this is the very epicenter of the crisis that we have in this region. You will see that the others, regions, because Burkina, we have 30 regions, there are also, some difficult issues, but these ones in the red, which has, in Mali, in Burkina, in Niger, the very, let's say, epicenter of the crisis. Now, let's move and I show you that before going forward to explain why Wagner is successful in, these three countries, because the background is not very optimistic. As you can see, armed conflict, the radicalization, violent extremists, It's very dark, picture. Transnational organized crime, weak governance, embezzlement, corruption. I will go very quickly. And today, the question of democracy, you see, from this perspective, the youth, they don't want today to listen or to speak about, let's say, election. For them, democracy is a failure. That's why, the propaganda of Russia, they are very successful and they're supporting, let's say, what Russian are doing in the world, and this is unfortunate. And they are also, let's say, becomes the very fans, of this group of Wagner. You cannot even believe, because what they have been given as, let's say, narrative is far from what is the reality. That's why when I was, asked to come and speak here, I did not hesitate, because I would like just to witness and also have the very narrative from the ground, and then that maybe change the perspective, Now, the arena is very important to understand that there are many dynamics in these regions. There are challenges, but also opportunities for, let's say, international partners that now are fighting, each other just to have. And Russia is the top of these partners and succeeded in, let's say today, giving a dark and bad image, let's say, of France, because we were colonized by France. So in Niger, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, speaking about France, talking about France is a danger. This is to tell you how far the propaganda has succeeded in, these free countries. Those who are like us, who are researchers, and then try to, let's say, bring, some analysis that is not, let's say, promoting, or let's say, not, or criticizing, the action of Russia, sometimes is a very challenge. Because today, in Burkina Faso, journalists, analysts like, what I am, sometimes if you say things that are not going in the direction of what the authorities want, praising Russia, they say saying that election is not good, democracy is a failure, you may be taken to the ground, fight, with, the militaries. This is new in the country. So from far, I talk with some people, I'm impressed with what is happening in the region, particularly in Burkina. But I can tell you with that line that it's a sad experience, because Russia has succeeded with Burkina, with Mali, and Niger, to take them in the same direction. And today, let me tell you, it's not very brilliant to be in Burkina and then criticizing Russia. But this should be reversed, starting from today. And especially, I have to bring my support to Ukraine and to what the different initiatives that will be taken, so that with others, as someone mentioned here, in some platform, or let's say in groups or somewhere, we can just bring and try step by step to reverse the situation. Now, I will go very quickly. The offensive and propaganda in Africa, just maybe I will not read everything, but just to give you, a picture of that. Wagner has free activities in the Sahel region. Mercenaries, as I said it, then they go to the ground. They are paid with huge amount of money. The budget of the country sometimes is very limited, and they use this money to pay, Wagners. And this is a problem, and that is, conflictual issues with the Westerners, because they do not accept and do not agree to use the money that they give to, these, poor state. I'm sorry, but this is true, to reverse this money to Wagner's as a mercenary group. The second activity is, political influence. I was speaking about these free countries, they don't want to go to election. And this is supported and, let's say, helped by Russia. They have succeeded in having a strong propaganda, so that the youth today in Burkina, in Mali, in Niger, if you dare speaking about election, you become a target. This is true, and it's very sad. The other activity, the third one, is business. As we mentioned it, today, many people, especially youth, they don't understand that, Wagner's in Russia, the presence in the region is not to help them from what they think, but just to, have the natural resources. But they're also reproaching, to France and the other partners also to exploit them. And for them, Russia is not an imperialist country. It's not a colonizer. Unbelievable. But this is the real situation in the region. I will just end with the human right because, this is the topic said it's clear. Many evidences and supported by, let's say, the UN reports and with others organizations that has some figures that show that Wagner today is committing, let's say, violation of human rights. As you can see, you also mentioned it in your first report, arbitrary detention, tortures of militaries when they captured in the battlefield. Malians, especially because this is the place where they are today. The disappearance of civilians, many civilians disappear, and this is the fact of Wagner. And summary is executions. Sometimes there are some pictures that I would like not to show here, but this is what is happening on the ground.
Sorry, do you have the number of disappeared civilians?
Yeah. I will. This is just. I will not. You just have a look at it. You see, it's 54% between 2021 and 2022. This is, the figure speaks alone, as you can read it. This is to show to what extent, the situation is very, let's say, threatening and very dangerous being today in the Sahel region, okay? And as you see, the money, as I was saying, invested, to these activities, that is conducted by Wagner's and especially with, Russia and behind, as you said it in your report. At the beginning, the different governments were denying, but today they are not, even they're happy to say that, the very good partner is Russia, and Wagner is a very good, partners that work well compared to the French troops, compared to the others, partners that were, let's say, but they somewhere maybe they may be right because, they did not succeed in bringing solutions, since 2015, 2012 in Mali, but in Burkina, since 2015, we're going through, a situation where in the country, out of 30 regions, only 2 regions today, the capital city and the second town, that is Bobo-Dioulasso, maybe, quite at ease, like we are in Kiev today. But the other regions, every day we have terrorist attacks. And then they strongly believe that Russia and Wagner, as I'm saying, I'm repeating again, for the moment, Wagner is not on the ground in Burkina Faso, but in Mali, yes. In Niger, in Burkina, they're supporting, protecting the president, the security guard. This is what is evidence. And personally, I have some proof that they are in Mali. I met them during a conference in a hotel. And in Burkina also, they're going and coming, and with, the elites that every day, are reinforcing the president. Then I'll be handing by giving some recommendation. Then you can also have to see that. For me, 10 recommendation. I don't have time to read everything, but a few of them. The West should exposing the failure of corrupt regime, because this is the reality. These regimes are corrupted. They was proposing to do better than the democratic regime, but in the reality, what they are doing today is worse than what the democratic regime is doing. So this is one argument that can be used, let's say, to counter, this propaganda in the region. And the West and Ukraine normally should invest in establishing and supporting reliable local media, because I will suggest that, Yes, because we are working in the media issues. If you can also have the media, it's may, somewhere change things in the region. There should also, I try to have some groups, composed of, let's say, think tanks and others, people that, these issues, and that also can be, so as I say, I will stop, and this is something that you may be sharing with the others. Thank you very much. But I will end with this. This is a greeting from Burkina Faso. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is so nice.
This is our flag. Yes, and a lady greeting you on behalf of Burkina Faso. And once again, I and many others, fortunately, hopefully, are supporting Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd wish we remembered about Umaru or this pretty woman when we were talking about Burkina Faso, but not Wagner Group. Unfortunately, the reality is another. Thank you very much for your perspective. This is vital for understanding of Wagner Group's activities. And now we are moving to another end of the world, to Venezuela. Armando Armas exposed Wagner Group's activities in Venezuela. And Armando, could you please share with us your findings and what are they doing there?
Hello?
Yeah, Armando also has his
I have a presentation. I was wondering if you could, you don't mind to place? Yes. So thank you very much for the invitation. Being here is an honor. There are some of us, and I think it's growing in popularity, the view that the full-scale invasion in February last year was not a full-scale invasion against Ukraine. It was a full-scale invasion against democracy worldwide, and Ukraine happens to be the main battleground nowadays. But I come from a place that we consider also another battleground, which is Venezuela, and has its importance. And I'm sorry if I disappoint you, but I'm not going to talk that much about Wagner Group today. I'm going to talk about Wagner Group, but I'm going to talk, I want you to think critically and do some, let's say, theoretical housekeeping and to get some important concepts clear so we can frame the discussion in order to solve the problems. Again, I come from Venezuela. It's a very important country in the sense that it was a democracy for 40 years until Hugo Chavez arose into power in 1998, and he started to dismantle democratic institutions from the within. So nowadays, Russia has Venezuela as one of its main allies, and they can prove, or they're trying to prove, that their model is feasible, not for development, but power-wise, I mean. So, can you play the video, please? I have a video that I wanted to play. Yes.
The strategic nuclear-capable bombers has just landed here in Venezuela. Wow, spectacular! Spectacular! And fighter jets are carpeting right there in the sky.
Yes, there are longer videos. If you go to the internet, way more explanatory. Actually, the president, the Minister of Defense, Vladimir Padrino Lopez, happened to give the reception to the crew. This is a Tu-160, a Tupov. It arrived in December 2018 in Maiquetía, Venezuela. It has a capacity to bring over 100 people, 100 crew tripulation, over 100 people in the crew. If they brought Wagner, we don't know, because they do their job. They're doing it very well. And this other picture reflects. You can see phenotypically different from our phenotypes, our way of looking in Venezuela, in a base of Apure. This is in the 923 Battalion of Caribes in Apure. They had some fights, and this was in 2021. They have with uprisings with claimly Colombian guerrilla and guerrilla dissidents. But what can we see? We can see here that this is a person. We don't have, of course, its passport, but it's claimly to be a Russian operative. The rifle that he has is not the same dotation, that is not the same caliber that the ones that the Venezuelan it's using, which of course were sold by the Russia bought on sport. And what I'm trying to depict in these two reflections is like the relation between Russia and Venezuela. It's in a strategic realm, but also in a tactical realm. So this is, you could claim it to be, this is in a battlefield. So this guy, this Russian, claiming to be Russian guy, was in a moment of battle between Venezuelan forces and dissident forces of Colombia. So that's the claim. It's what we call a little green man, that they appear to be in Crimea for the first time. This is our version of a little green man, because it doesn't have distinction of patches of Russian army or anything. We don't know if he can be Wagner or not. But at the end of the day, those are the information that we have. So let me go back to the airplane. So after that, in 2008, this was December. The plane incident was in December 2018. In January 25th, 2019, after we had like this huge movement with the interim president, Juan Guaidó, that claimed legitimately as the president of the National Assembly, and due to the vacuum of power for sham elections, previous sham elections, he was claimed to be like the president. So in January 2025 of 2019, it was reported by Evgeny Shabaev. I'm sorry, we're very bad about pronouncing Slavic and Russian and names, but Evgeny Shabaev, he reported that there was a unit from Wagner group flying, apparently, or claiming to fly from Gabon and Sudan. They flew to Dakar. They stayed 2 days in Dakar, then they flew to Paraguay, from Paraguay to Havana, and from Havana they took a commercial flight to Venezuela. So a commercial flight that eventually, from our national airline Conviasa, which is now sanctioned for wrongdoings, especially doing logistic activities and terrorist activities with the Iranian regime and terrorists. So this is what we know. This is what we know. So, but more than that, what I want to make the claim is, like, again, the strategic alliance of Russia and Venezuela started after 2022, 2020. So the conventions or the international treaties with Russia, which are over 200 treaties after 2022. They started with Hugo Chavez. And of course, they had continuity with Maduro, who was Hugo Chavez's former vice president, and before that, his Minister of Foreign Affairs. But as you know, we have had high-ranking Russian officials in Venezuela trying to strategize about how they can bring up their experience and their lessons learned in Syria to Venezuela. So again, what I would say is, like, in terms of war strategy, the use of military contracts are a weapon of choice, and this is something that Sean McFadden and I completely recommend this book. This book was 2018 The Economist's #1 book, and now it's being read by high chief of staffs and commanders of the US and British armed forces and everywhere. I totally recommend this this author, which defines mercenaries as armed civilians who are paid to conduct paramilitary operations in a foreign conflict zone. So those are basically the framework parameters. And this was the way of waging war for most of the human history. Most of human history, war was waged using private forces, private mercenaries. And only after the Westphalian Conventions, after 648, they started, and the rise of the nation state, they started to decrease. And they started to decrease, and they went into shadows, let's say, after the 1850s or something, for 150 years. And we saw, like, in a way of operations, we saw, like, their main use in South, like, in Africa, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, by a company coming from South Africa called Executive Outcomes. So Executive Outcomes was like the first military company that started in Africa, mainly doing these activities. And apparently they lectured in Russia, the founders of Executive Outcomes, they lectured in Russia on how to operate this sort of companies. So there are key concepts here that we need to be aware of, like convergence, which is all the illicit activities converging with terrorism activities and converging with business, and especially in places where there's a lack of rule of law. If you go to a web page, for example, I use it a lot, called the World Justice Program, they have ranking of rule of law, and nowadays Venezuela is ranking at the very bottom. So the trend that you can see is, like, most of the time these companies operate where there's a lack of rule of law. Some of the people would say, well, yes, but there are companies that operated, for example, in Afghanistan and Iraq, like sorry, I have this. Like in, oops, I'm sorry. This is, yeah, time to wake up. Good. So, so this was a problem. In the case of, for example, Blackwater and other companies, and they replicate, so, and it's claimed to be that the Russians replicated the model, saying, well, if the Americans are doing it, we can do it. So they are mercenaries and we're private contract, and they do and they claim, like, they pinpointing each other. But this is, again, this is a game-changing element in how you wage war, because it's not the ideological or patriotism that is into place right now, but business and market-wise logics, you know? So if they like, these people don't fight for ideology, but for profit. So if they're in a place, it's because they're gaining profit. The objective of Russian-Latin American relations is to destabilize democracy while gaining profit. So that's why Venezuela, in this case, is so important. They have, like, the largest oil reserves in the world, and also diamond and many minerals, different from Cuba and Nicaragua. They are also belong to this axis, but they are not as rich as Venezuela resource-wise. So Venezuela has become like a hub for all these bad guys, Iran, Russia, and they converge there, and they have their conversations there. So military-wise, of course, you know, Russia has a lot of, they have like this Lourdes intelligence base in Havana, which was claimed shut down in 2022, but then they started to regain their activities, especially in Venezuela, Nicaragua. For the first time, this is an interesting fact, for the first time, you know, they have like these war games, these Olympic games in Russia. For the first time ever, they took their war games geographically abroad in 2022. And Venezuela was one of the places that they took it. They did their competitions on snipers and other things in Venezuelan soil. So they are doing war games in Venezuelan soil across the Atlantic. So they are exporting the conflicts. That's why we're saying that the full-scale invasion was a war against democracy, and happens to be that Ukraine is the main battleground. Propaganda, for example, in propaganda-wise, Russia Today, Sputnik, they have something, they have a media outlet that what in the mid-2000s was created called Telesur. It was created by state-owned companies or state-owned capital from Venezuela, Ecuador, under Rafael Correa, who actually, he worked for Russia Today, having like an interview program. He's now in Brussels, I'm sorry, in Belgium, exile, from Bolivia and from Cuba. So they place they have like this trans-governmental media outlet, and they replicate all the Russian propaganda from Sputnik and from Russia Today. They adapt it culturally to the cultural needs and to the narrative, and they spread disinformation and misinformation. So what is it's interesting here is, like, for example, the YouTube channel of Russia Today in Latin America was, at least until recent researches, was even more popular, had more views, the YouTube channel, than outlets such as, let's say, CNN or BBC or whatever. So Venezuela, it's very important in Latin America because this guy, Simón Bolívar, our liberator, was, for example, by the BBC, claimed to be like the greatest hero, the greatest character of the 19th centuries in all time. So he was the guy who started the independence in South America. He came from Venezuela and he liberated, he had like this mega country that lasted for 20 years called La Gran Colombia. So it comprised Colombia, Ecuador, Venezuela, and sometimes Panama. And it is important to the previous claim that I was saying, that it was the way, the private way was the way of war, or the mercenary way was the way of how wage war before 1815 or something. So our independence, I'm finishing here, our independence was in the 1800s, and the British were helping as space soldiers, not just training and recruiting and so on. But I'm going to finish with this claim that I read I listened 2 days ago by Hannah Hapko. What would happen if Ukraine runs out of soldiers? What would happen to the world? Because that's the strategy of Russia. They say we have more population, now we control more money, so we can. And another claim that I've been listening here is this is going to be a long war. This is going to be a long war. So let me shape a little bit, or shake the auditory, say, if you have money, you won't have to take care, you won't have to worry about running out of soldiers. Not Ukrainian soldiers necessarily. And I'm going to end with this. So here in Ukraine, there's a new initiative called the Bolivar Battalion. It's, as you said, Bolivar, I already speak about this. The commander, José David Chaparro, is a Venezuelan guy who came here in 1989. He was married to a Ukrainian woman, and he loves Venezuela as he loves Ukraine so much. And he's starting this initiative of an international battalion comprised by mostly Spanish-speaking combatants. But as long as you provide logistic resources, or as long as the free world is willing to wage war in a modern time with this weapon of choice, that are private military contracts, I think we do have a hope. Because, and this is a thought, after the year 2000, we thought that color revolutions would sweep the world and bring democracy on a non-violent way. And what these guys, the authoritarian guys, realized is that they could bring again to the stage mercenaries to attack the logic of non-violent, because the logic of non-violence is, well, at the end of the day, military will happen defections because they don't want to hurt people in the crowd that might be their families or friends or so on. But if you don't have friends and family in the crowd because you're people bringing from abroad, and this we know in Venezuela for Cubans agents, they don't care if they're getting paid. So this is a game changer. It's a weapon of choice. At the end of the day, the question would be, if they are using this, would be morally acceptable that the free world is using it? And there are ways of doing that. I'm waiting for, and this is how I'm finishing, Professor McLeod. She has a very interesting initiative that we have read about it at the Montreal framework of how to ethically bring private military contracts into conflicts, in this case, to protect and to fight for freedom and democracy. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. I think these guys need our applause much more, please. Yeah, thanks. I think we leave it to our specific legal discussion because, yes, this is very interesting. Should we have this framework, and will Wagner Group and other Russian military companies act within this framework? So, but before we go there, I would like to return to Mr. Darwish, because I have a very specific human rights question as well. Mr. Darwish, are you with us still?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Do you have this data about missing people in Syria and the areas where Wagner Group was active, and or the list of civilian hostages? Because this is also a very relevant issue to Ukraine as well. So, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. We start document since 2011, April 2011, the crime made from all parties. For the Wagner Group, fortunately, it's not easy to identify where is Wagner crime and where is the Russian army crime. So we have one package. Sometimes we can be sure that this is Wagner Group, but it's all this crime under the intervention of the Russian army in Syria. This is well documented, but again, sometimes it's not easy to identify and or to be more specific who's Wagner militia and who's the official Russian army. But we have very good data in this regards. This is also one of the evidence present to the European Human Rights Court, because after, in this case specifically, after it's a block in Russia, we take the case to the European Court for Human Rights. And let me say that justice and accountability take long time. And maybe for the victim, it's stated that they can't find a practical result directly. But documentation, it's essential for justice. So this is one of the most important things. We start working in it from the day first. And we believe that even later, we know from our experience in the massacre in 1982, there is between 20 up to 40 civilians killed in Syria, and we don't have any data. It's now just a story tell between the generation, but we don't have solid data about this crime. But also documentation, it's very necessary to save the narrative. We knew that how the propaganda, how the Russian present their intervention in Syria as ISIS or the extremists, and they are fighting for freedoms and for the state mobility. All this propaganda, documentation, is very important to save the narrative, to tell the Syrian and even the new generation what exactly happened in Syria, how the Russian government used this Wagner group to make this war crime and crime against humanity, but also how it's the war economic, how they benefit directly from this, as my colleague in Venezuela said.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And so, as I announced, we are moving to legal issues, and I'd like to give a floor to Maxim Timochko. He has his own perspective about Wagner's activities in Ukraine. So, Maxim, you've heard what Armando told, yeah, so what do you think? Because I know that your thought is that Wagner Group should be considered as a terroristic organization. What do you think about this idea about legal framework for the PMCs?
Good morning, dear colleagues. Well, I really like Armando's presentation, especially the last slide. That was great. Thank you. A few introductory words, and I will, because I haven't seen you for a long time, and so a few introductory theses. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this conference. It's a great pleasure for me to be here too, and especially for the team of Media Initiative for Human Rights. I've read all of your reports, to be honest, and I found it very supportive and contributing to the law enforcement of Ukraine, and I believe even for the international institutions. And thank you for that. Today I represent the legal department of MOD, but that means that I'm serving in MOD right now. But all my thoughts that I will discuss today is not the official position of the MOD. This is a very important reservation. And well, partly because MOD and Armed Forces of Ukraine are not law enforcement agencies. And a lot of topics which raised in this discussion actually should be forwarded to my colleagues from the Prosecutor's Office General and from the Security Service of Ukraine, National Police, who directly faced with the problems in question, because they faced with the problems of status and so on. And I think that the topic of this conference should be even broader than just Wagner Group. This is what my colleagues mentioned before. Well, because a few months ago when this conference, when this panel were even just planned, yes, the state of Wagner Group and their role in the conflict, they were really huge, and that was so huge that they even allowed themselves to make a riot against the armed forces of Russian Federation and security forces of Russia. Well, this riot over by the Wagner's defeat, but that was really strong power. And but now the situation has changed dramatically, and all of these members of Wagner Group, they scratched amongst between the Africa and Belarus and Russia and Ukraine. Someone back to Ukraine to fight, to continue this fighting on the Russian side. Some of them concluded the contract with the armed forces of Russia, because that was exactly what the Ministry of Defense announced, that because they lost the control over the Wagner Group and they want to compel them to make contracts with the armed forces of Russia Federation. So they fully integrated right now into the enemy armed forces. So, but it's not reduced the relevance and actuality of our discussion, because we are not talking about Wagner Group. We are talking about the Russian narrative, about the Russian aggressive policy. We're talking about hybrid warfare, and the using of so-called private military companies is just one of the instruments, one of the small methods of providing this aggression worldwide. And I think that the question of Wagner, it's not a question about the military companies. So because it is not a military company at all. It just labeled it as a private military company, but it's just a group of insurgents. And some experts declared that it could be labeled as the network, some like network of organized armed group which operate in Africa, in South America, and in Ukraine. So it's a very huge organization, and maybe it's not a very well-structured organization at all. Well, and talking about their status, so we faced with this since 2014. So a lot of discussions were about their status, about the approaches, how to bring them to the accountability, because they were hugely documented to be involved in the mass atrocities like extrajudicial killings, tortures, forced disappearance, rape, sexual and gender-based violence, and so on and so on. And Tatiana today talked about that briefly. And so there are a few questions which arise during these discussions. First of all, are they combatants, or maybe they are mercenaries, or they're terrorists, and so on. So, and this is a very tricky question for me, because probably before a large-scale invasion, I would say that no problem with that, they are just terrorists, they participate in the terroristic organization and so on, they could be liable according to the Criminal Code of Ukraine. But now the situation is a bit more complicated after a large-scale invasion. Because let's start from the combatant status. Yes, Russia and Ukraine is the part of additional protocol first to the Geneva Convention. And this protocol prescribes a very, very broad concept of the combatants, because it says that the armed forces of the state parties consist of all organized armed groups, units, forces, which are under command responsible before the party for the conduct of their subordinates. So very, very broad concept of the combatants. And that means that to a certain extent the Wagners meet the criteria according to the additional protocol. And partly this is true because there are a lot of evidence of effective control of Russia over the Wagner group. For instance, because equipment, because ammunition, because weapon, because as Oля mentioned today, because of financing of the Wagner groups, the logistics, of course. But Putin recognized the financing of the Wagner groups only in June 2023. He declared that Russian budget spent a lot of billions of dollars for financing the Wagner group. But after a few days after that, he declared that Wagner group does not exist legally in Russia because national legislation of Russia does not prescribe the existence of private military companies. So that's ridiculous, but this is the narrative of Russia Federation. Anyway, there are a lot of evidence which prove the effective control over the Wagner group, and that support the indication that they probably should be combatants during the international armed conflict. But before 2022, the situation was different because Russia did not recognize, and even now does not recognize, but at that time definitely did not recognize the existence of international armed conflict. And of course, the law enforcement of Ukraine, without any problems, could prosecute them as participants of the terroristic organization or participants of so-called quasi-republics, Donetsk People Republics and Lugansk People Republics, in what they were involved in their irregular forces. Well, but now we see that the practice of Ukrainian government is tend to recognize them as the combatants. Well, because the reason is very pragmatic and reasonable. We need them for exchange fund. We need them to release our people from the enemy captivity. We don't have enough resources to investigate all of their activity in the terrorist groups or something. The only priority now is to investigate and to bring to accountability the war criminals and other international criminals. And that is why now our law enforcement concentrates mostly with this type of crimes. And I think rightly so. We need it to do so. Of course, it would be great to every time to label all Wagners as a terrorist, as a militants, to inform our state partners from Africa, from South America, from Europe, that this guy, he fought for Wagner Group and he realized that he fought for the terroristic organization. That would be great to provide such qualification, but this is my opinion. I'm not providing the law enforcement policy in Ukraine. Well, this is regarding the combatants. Of course, I have another point of view because my point of view based mostly on the ethical and moral principles, because I think that international humanitarian law and all this stuff about the combatants, they designed for the parties of the conflict which provide the conduct of hostilities in a good faith. When you recognize that somebody is your fighter, and you said that, okay, you should provide him a prisoners of war status, this is how the parties should conduct their hostilities, even during war, even when one of the state is an aggressor. But Russia never recognized the Wagner as the part of their armed forces, despite we know that they are in the informational, operational space with the armed forces of Russian Federation. They conduct hostility as a joint forces, so they are fully integrated in the Russian armed forces. But despite that, Russia never recognized officially that they fight for Russia and that they are the part of their armed forces. So it's a very problematic question, but the practice is that we recognize as the combatants. The second issue is, are they mercenaries? We always say that they are mercenaries. And when we provide in any interview, we said they are mercenaries, but that means only that this is about the negative connotation about the Wagner Group. Because they fight for money, and that is why they become mercenaries. But from the legal point of view, of course, they could be mercenaries in Burkina Faso, in Mali, they could be mercenaries in Venezuela, because they overthrow in the government, they undermine in the constitutional order in that countries, and they fight for money. But during the conflict, of course, according to international law, according to the additional protocol to Geneva Convention, I'm sorry, I'm repeating that again and again, they are not mercenaries legally because they are mostly residents of Russian Federation, and they have a citizens of Russia, especially convicts people who recruited from jails.
We have not much time left, so please.
I prepared a very long speech.
I'm so sorry about that, but...
Anyway, some of them might be a mercenary, but only foreigners. If some guy came from Venezuela and fight on the side of Russia, it could be a mercenary. But all of that Russians, Wagner Group's participants, mostly they are Russian citizens, therefore they are not mercenaries legally. Okay, I have to finish, and probably I will join when we will answering the questions. Okay.
Yeah, I wish we had a Q&A session, but unfortunately we had very less time. So we're going to Dr. Saoirse MacLeod, professor. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. I'm here. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, it's nice to hear you. So, a very short question. I'm not sure if you had everything we talked before, but we have a very short question to you. Do you believe that some legal framework for PMCs could make such units as Wagner or networks as Wagner groups make them accountable for their crimes, for their activities, and or maybe it will make accountable some state who is creating such units?
That's a tricky question, because there is, of course, an international framework in place. Is it okay if I share some slides to go through the legal framework? Because we have to be very careful from a legal perspective in terms of what we're talking about. And I just want to say, I'm sorry I can't be with you there in Kiev today. I'm currently traveling and I'm in an airport, so I apologize if there are any announcements. So I've heard some of the previous speakers talking about the impacts of mercenaries and mercenary-related actors in a variety of different armed conflicts, and specifically the Wagner Group. But it's also important to understand that what the Wagner Group has been doing is part of a broader systemic increase in the number of mercenaries and mercenary-type actors that are being used in multiple armed conflicts around the world. So we see them in Libya, we see them in Central African Republic, in Mali, in Syria, in the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh, and of course in Ukraine, and that they're being used specifically as proxy actors for states that are not officially a part of an armed conflict to become involved in the armed conflict and to circumvent responsibility and accountability for their actions. And so it's not just Russia that is doing this. We're also seeing countries like Turkey, for example, using this approach. And what that has, what we've also seen is, and there's been a couple of references to it from the previous speakers, is that we've seen a substantial shift in recruitment practices. So historically, mercenaries were very specific type of individual. They were very often ex-military personnel, certainly individuals who had some sort of military or fighting experience. But one of the things that we've been seeing recently is that there has been an expansion into recruiting people who don't necessarily have that background, but who come perhaps from a conflict-affected country such as Syria, or they're being recruited from prisons. We heard about Russia recruiting from Russian prisons. And that is also problematic because instead of seeing small numbers, maybe a few dozen mercenary type actors being deployed, we're seeing hundreds and sometimes tens of thousands of individuals being recruited. And it's also creating an additional layer of victimization because in some instances, while some of these recruits have been recruited willingly and they're being recruited for financial gain and they want to fight, many others are being coerced or put under duress to fight, or they're being induced by offers of citizenship, for example. And in those circumstances, what's actually happening is we're creating people who are being exploited for the purposes of mercenarism, and it's a form of human trafficking. And the third sort of contextual issue is that when these actors are deployed in armed conflicts, they prolong the conflicts, and that has an additional negative impact for civilian populations. That increases the likelihood of violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. And again, as we've heard some of the speakers say, from the working group on mercenaries perspective, we've received information about substantial violations of human rights, massacres, torture, inhuman and degrading treatment, forced disappearances, arbitrary detention, widespread sexual and gender-based violence, looting, and in some cases the targeting of civilians and the other violations amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity. Now we have to be very careful here when we talk when we use language. The only language that is legally defined is mercenary. So when we talk about private military companies or private military and security companies, private security companies, none of those terms have a legal definition. The only actor that is defined under international law is mercenary. And it's helpful to think about these actors as being on a spectrum, because we've increasingly seen states outsourcing security or private security and private military services to the private sector, but it ranges from peacetime situations into full-blown conflict situations. And we do have to be very precise about the application of the definition and the application particularly of the definition of mercenary. So we've heard reference to the Geneva Convention Additional Protocol 1, which contains the definition of mercenary. It only applies to international armed conflicts, so that would of course mean that it would apply to the Ukrainian conflict, but it would not necessarily apply to the conflicts in Mali or in Libya or in Central African Republic, because they are, on the face of it, non-international armed conflicts, notwithstanding the fact that there are proxy actors in the form of Wagner or other mercenary type actors acting on behalf of third-party states. They are, in essence, non-international armed conflicts. And the definition of mercenary is a very, very narrow one, and it's very difficult to actually meet the criteria of mercenary. And so the first three elements are inclusive, so you have to have been recruited specifically to be a mercenary and to fight in an armed conflict, and that you do in fact take a direct part in hostilities. Now this is a very controversial element, and this is where we see a big schism between states. So there are states which take the view that the definition of direct participation in hostilities means that you're actually engaged in the fighting. So if you were merely providing some sort of military service that falls short of combat services, fighting in a conflict, that would mean that you are not you're not a mercenary. So there's a lot of controversy at the international level about what does direct participation in hostilities mean. And then we've got the idea that you have to have been motivated, not just by private gain. It's not just any private gain. The definition says you have to have been promised substantially more in terms of money than you would get, or some other form of compensation that you would get if you were a member of the regular armed forces. And so we don't necessarily always see that. And in any event, it's very subjective. How do we determine what somebody's motivation actually is? Very, very subjective. And then we have three excluding elements. You cannot be a national of a party to the conflict, nor a resident of territory controlled by a party to the conflict. And of course, this is very relevant in the Ukrainian context, because if you are a Ukrainian national or a Russian national and you are fighting for the Wagner group, then you would not be defined as a mercenary under the Geneva Convention. If the recruits have been incorporated into the armed forces of a party to the conflict, again, that would mean that they were not considered to be a mercenary. And that's something that we've seen more states doing in different conflicts, that they incorporate the recruits into their military. And then finally, the final excluding factor, and this is the one that probably applies particularly to the Sahel region, is where individuals have been recruited and sent by a state which is not a party to the conflict on some sort of official duty. And so this of course is to make sure that peacekeepers, for example, are not included. But it's also why we see Russia, for example, describing the individuals that have been sent to places like Mali and to Central African Republic as being sent there as instructors or trainers, and that they therefore are outside the international legal definition of mercenary. There are two other important international legal frameworks when it comes to the legal framework. We have the African Convention and the International Convention, both of which criminalise mercenarism and expect states to put in place mechanisms at the national level to address the recruitment, the training, the financing of mercenarism. And they don't require direct participation in hostilities. But none of these instruments really address the issue of accountability in any deep way. So while a state that is a party to these instruments would be required to put in place, say, criminal prosecution of of mercenaries or those who are involved in the recruitment and training and use of them, it doesn't necessarily mean that victims get any sort of access to justice or accountability. I'm going to, we can look at how states have addressed mercenarism at the national level. It's very piecemeal. It's not ideal from an accountability perspective, and really there's a huge gap there. So just two final slides on accountability and access to justice for victims. What we've seen, despite the Wagner Group and the UN Working Group has been working on Wagner since 2018, we have seen only one successful prosecution of Wagner operative, and that was in June of this year, where an individual from Kyrgyzstan was prosecuted under the Kyrgyzstan Criminal Code, which prohibits and criminalizes mercenarism, but we've also seen an attempt by the family of a victim allegedly tortured and murdered in Syria by Wagner operatives. The family was unable to get any sort of access to justice in the Russian investigative committee process, and there were major obstacles put in the way of these individuals, even though the Russian criminal code prohibits mercenarism, and Russia has told the Working Group on Mercenaries that the outsourcing of these kinds of activities is prohibited under Russian law. Root causes have to be addressed. This is a fundamental aspect of any kind of human rights approach to mercenarism. We have to understand why people might be motivated to join in mercenary activities. With the Wagner Group, there are additional aspects associated with neo-Nazism and the idea of the creation of greater Russia. So there are motivations beyond mere financial motivations. And I've already mentioned that we're seeing people in conflict-affected areas being taken advantage of, people in prison being recruited, and all of those things are hugely problematic when it comes to the use of mercenaries. In terms of accountability, it's absolutely fundamental that states address the legislative and governance gaps. More states do need to ratify and criminalise mercenarism, the recruitment, the training, the financing of mercenarism, and they need to make sure that there are mechanisms in place beyond simple prosecution to ensure that victims get access to justice. And we do need to be looking at considering adopting universal jurisdiction mechanisms, but that's of course up to individual states to determine whether they want to allow their courts to prosecute individuals for war crimes and crimes against humanity that have occurred outside of their territory.
Dear Sorcha, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Unfortunately, our time runs out, and thank you. We are so grateful for your very valuable contribution to our discussion. I'm so sorry we don't have no much time. We have no much time left for our Q&A session, but you can discuss everything later on during the breaks. Now we are going to have one announcement from Felix Marat. No, we won't. Okay. Then we have the another panel right now. I thank you very much for your perspectives, for your speeches. It was very, very interesting, I think, for the audience as well. Thank you.
of democratic solidarity on behalf of Ukraine and to counter Russian propaganda. You will receive an email with the instructions, and one of the things that we want to position in terms of narrative, it's that colonialism is not only a narrative from the former Soviet or Russian perspective, but actually Russia is exercising colonialism upon Ukraine. And it's a very powerful concept that we can elaborate more. So as I said, in the email that you will receive more instructions if you want to join this initiative. If you are an academic, you could write about that. If you are a journalist, if you are a civil society member, or just any person that wants to join this network. And we will share some more specific ideas about this network. Video, wonderful.
There has been struggles for freedom, massive protests, tens of thousands of people. Today we want that fight to be the fight of all.
Freedom fighters from every quarter of the world are now gathering in the capital this year.
The World Liberty Congress is about bringing together like-minded people that are very different, but we have the heart and our commitment in one word: freedom.
Tyrants are afraid of us. That's why they put us in prison or put us in exile. And we know for certain that together we are stronger.
It's very important to understand that violation of human rights anywhere is violation of human rights everywhere.
We are very happy to be here today to say never give up.
Let's fight for the people and especially the women in our region.
We have to destroy this friendship between dictatorship.
And that's why we are here. This is your conference and this is your Congress. The World Liberty Congress is all about you.
All these things will be useful in the years to come as we fight really what's a common enemy, which is the autocracies who've learned to work together, who share tools, who share information, who share tactics, and now we need to share things to fight back against them.
And now, having here activists from more than 40 countries, we are sending our message loud and clear to every dictator on the planet. Our time has come.
Never give up.
Unity could become a very important factor that will make us win.
We, the freedom fighters, are more united than dictators.
We need to have the attitude of those who have the eye of the tiger for freedom.
Dictators are fighting for power, but we are fighting for freedom, dignity, and democracy.
We are
Fighters
for freedom.
Freedom. Freedom.
Freedom. Freedom. Freedom.
Freedom.
This is a network of democracy defenders from autocratic regimes. And what we want to express is that we want to invite all of you to participate in a network and that we put Ukraine as a priority of all of the democracy defenders from autocratic regimes, and that we commit from all over the world to have Ukraine as a main priority. It has been, and we need to continue to do so. So our proposal to all of you is that we join efforts. We have been invited here to Kiev, to Ukraine, to express our solidarity, but we don't want to go back home without committing to continue the work. So at the end, in the closing ceremony, we will present some very concrete actions of how to continue this network and how to continue to be together, communicating each other, and to continue to support Ukraine, because the victory of Ukraine will be the victory of democracy and freedom in all of our countries. Thank you very much.
To invite everybody to the room. We are starting our next panel. My name is Arsen Zhumudil. I would like to invite here Sheikh Haider Rustemov, Mr. Mohammed Fazril bin Mohd Saleh, Mr. Diallo Issa Sadio, and Mr. Mohammed Zaidi. Please join the panel, and we are starting our next panel in a minute. Please be seated. All right. So, my name is Arsen Zhumadilov. I'm a Crimean Tatar. I'm Muslim, and now we'll be speaking about the global South and Ukraine from this perspective, from the perspective of Islam and Muslims. And before we start, I'd like to greet in this room Sheikh Murad Suleiman, who also joined us. You're welcome. Ahlan wa zahlan, hoş geldiniz. And I would also like to mention that we are now joined by Mr. Zain Maulana, who is a representative of International Relations Office of Muhammadiyah, which is one of the biggest Muslim organizations in Indonesia, which is the largest Muslim country. Assalamu alaikum, you are also welcome to join. Right, so before we start, and before I actually start asking questions, I would like to give floor to Sheikh Haider Rustamov, who is a Mufti of Muslims of Crimea. The floor is yours, please.
Шановні гості, шановний
Dear participants of the conference, dear organizers of this conference, which I believe is a very distinguished event, and I am also honored by your invitation. This is my privilege to be here in this esteemed panel as well, and we're happy to welcome you. And in line with our tradition, let me wish peace to all of you. And with that, this conference, Crimean Global, Understanding Ukraine through the South,
це насправді дуже важливий наголос, тобто наголос саме на Крим.
This conference makes a major focus on Crimea in different dimensions, in dimension of humanity and justice, remembering that this war started back in 2014, namely in the Crimean Peninsula, and hopefully it will end with liberation of Crimea, but its impact on the global geopolicy, which is obvious enough, because Crimean Peninsula has a very important historical significance. I believe everybody remembers the conference in Yalta, which served as the foundation for the future establishment of the United Nations organizations and the modern international order and law, which has been violated and perpetrated, and that was discussed in multiple panels in this conference. I would like to apologize. As a religious leader, I am Mufti of Crimea, and I should not interfere with the politics, but sometimes we are in the position when we have to talk about political concepts because they allow us to understand what the reality of our modern day is. And without understanding what is happening, we cannot produce our fatwas, we cannot provide for interpretation of the letter of the Muslim law, how to live in the spirit of the Muslim law, how to live in the due manner of faith. So, why is it important to talk about Crimea? And how should we understand what happened in Crimea? I believe all of us are survivors. I mean, all of those who are now living in Crimea, having been exiled from Crimea. We also have been survivors of the Russian attempt to seize the capital city of Kiev within 72 hours. I believe most of you have been on this tour to Irpin and Bucha, and you will agree with my comparison that the slow death literally sometimes is worse than a slow death, than the fast death. And now we have this comparison of the slow happening death of Crimean nation, which has survived 3 deportations, 3 colonizations, but nevertheless have been resilient and strong enough to survive, and now stand in the fight of liberating this nation and this land. But since the start of occupation, there were murders, there were people missing. Rishad Ahmetov, for example, who was murdered, who was assassinated in a barbarian manner. I'm truly proud of my nation, of the nation of Crimean Tatars, who were fighting their war in a peaceful manner up until the armed invaders came to our land. With that, my dear friends, every thought that might come to your mind about some crimes to be committed by barbarians, by the invaders, that actually has been committed by the Russian invaders throughout these days, since the start of occupation of Crimea. These are pictures which I find difficulties to explain. I can't find the right words to explain what was happening in Crimea since the start of armed aggression. But this is very important, and that's why I use this phrase slow death, which is the crime committed against us, against our children. Once we look into official reports, we see the number 210 children whose families, whose parents were killed. But I'm sure the numbers are greater than that, because there are other people who live in permanent fear of persecution, permanent fear that in 4 o'clock in the morning the doors of their house will be breached by armed people. They'll be knocking out your doors, they'll be knocking out your windows. They'll be searching for so-called prohibited publications. They will find every possible excuse to take you into detention. And such searches are taking place not only in private residences, the same happens in the religious sites. And then Crimean Tatars are taken under custody, and the reasons for that are quite obvious. They are well known. And these are the cases about the Hizb ut-Tahrir. I believe you heard about that. And it's not only the matter of keeping people under custody, but also feeding pork to the Muslims, which is unallowable under our religion, and other facts which make life of the Muslims in Crimea a permanent and reign of control under the Russian invaders. Having cameras installed, making records of discussions between the religious people, forcible collection of DNA samples and fingerprints. But this affects not only Crimean Tatars. Mostly Crimean Tatars, maybe yes, but when it comes to religion as a factor, the same is committed against people from other confessions. All of us are well aware of the Ukrainian church being exiled from the Crimean Peninsula by the Russian aggressors. Now the situation is changing, and the Reverend Clement is a military chaplain, and he's one of us sitting here. Further on, demolition of Ukrainian churches in Crimea, particularly in Yevpatoria. The occupational forces of Russia have also committed persecution of the witnesses of Jehovah in the Crimean Peninsula. They've been called an extremist organization. And such dynamics are persisting. They are evolving. And ever since the start of full-scale aggression, Again, I will not operate with the numbers. I'm not an expert in statistics, and different human rights organizations and human rights watchers are providing different numbers, but these numbers are changing, they are increasing. So what else should be emphasized? This is important to look at the changes which took place after the start of school-scale aggression. This pressure is growing stronger. And this relates first and foremost to Crimean Tatars being affected. We heard these events when the Putin has announced the so-called partial mobilizations, when hundreds of Crimean Tatars were forcibly mobilized. In some villages, these numbers of people mobilized amounts to hundreds of people. Almost 5,000 Crimean Tatars were exiled from Crimean Peninsula.
But a lot of them has returned later on because this occupation has been taking place for 9 years. There were challenges with the documents, so many of them have returned into the same conditions. So all that I've mentioned now, it was, and it continues as we speak. Now we have this crazy war with the shelling and bombardments that started on the 24th of February and was seen by the whole world. Now, talking about the role of Muslims in this full-scale Russia-Ukraine war, we should point that this role is very active. And we have Sheikh Murad and Sheikh Siran, Sheikh Imat, and many others. Maybe I haven't called upon all of them, the representatives of different diaspora of the Muslim countries that are taking an active position, which is very specific, that every Muslim that is the citizen of Ukraine or lives here permanently has to protect, defend this country, this native country, his dignity. Now, that is his responsibility in accordance to the religion of the Almighty Allah. And if he will die, then he will become a shahid. That was our common position. And there was even an application, a request to Muslims, the citizens of Russia who are fighting in the armed forces of Russia, and we've made a kind of a request to them, to their relatives, asking them to leave their units and return back homes, because if they will come here, they will be forced to kill their brethren, and their status is not equal to ours. And I hope that this call was heard, and it was evident for me that this war will about to start. Then there was another appeal to the imams and to muftias, and many Muslims have joined the territorial defense forces, and I can tell about this personally. I did not join, but I was here in Kiev, so they took weapons into their hands, talking about the Muslim militants. There are Muslim units in Crimea, the battalion Crimea, battalion named after Sheikh Mansour, and many others. All of those names were transformed, and now they're called in a different way, because the armed forces is the armed forces, and all of these units being subordinated along the chain of command. Maybe I have not mentioned everyone, because we have the brigade called Karadak, commanded by the Crimean Tatar commander, And now, whenever we're talking about the Muslim, we're fighting for the protection of Ukraine, and Crimean Tatars are among the defenders. And the Muslim communities, in the very peak days in the month, I mean, I'm talking about the first 3 months of the war until Russians have withdrawn from Kiev, we continued to provide humanitarian assistance to those people in need, and everyone here can support this words. All these projects continue even now, although they've transformed and they've become more regular and turned into larger projects. For example, the project called Feeding Ukraine. Now, this project was transformed into Crimean Front. That was the joint initiative by the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people, the foundation of the national welfare of the Crimean. We are also the founders of this open initiative, and any organization might be joining this initiative. So, if we're talking about the project Feeding Ukraine, which is currently implemented by our imams from the occupied Kherson region, who suffered from tortures, who had to withdraw from the Crimea to Turkey and then through Europe back to Ukraine. Now they're in Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. They're feeding people, military, and they're offering food in hospitals. It's very hard to do that, but we are doing that in a more regular manner. And we're forced to deliver the food not from the big cars because the missiles are flying on top, so we're trying to use smaller vehicles. Now, the other war during the other aspect during the war, people are facing death, struggling, so they start thinking about the internal things. They call upon the God more often. So the religious groups in times like that help people to find answers or to difficult questions, to rehabilitate after the sufferings, after the loss of the relatives and friends, to start the life from the new page, to see the new sense of being, to become active in the complicated period for the whole state. And this is not just a psychological support. This is kind of a spiritual mentorship when the religious actor is helping the person to successfully overcome the depression, inspires, shows how to do, what to do. Now, this is what we are doing, the religious actors. And the spiritual leaders today, talking about the transformation. Today, the armed forces of Ukraine have at least 5 chaplains, imams, as part of the armed forces of Ukraine. I mean, there are Muslims. Surely there is much more, but there are certain issues with their registration. And those chaplains, Muslim chaplains, are working together with the chaplains of other religious confessions. They're helping and coordinating one another because this war has united all of us. Other ethnic Ukrainians or the ethnic Crimean Tatars or Chechens, Azerbaijani, people from Caucasus. I'm not able to, list all the nations. This war has combined us into a single political modern nation. So we are fighting here on our native land. We are defending our freedom and demonstrating the world the unprecedented examples of solidarity and mutual understanding between the representatives of different religious confessions in Ukraine. There's a cohesion, utter harmony. Maybe you've seen on the internet how the people like Christians and Muslims, how they're fighting together, shoulder to shoulder. But that was happening until the situation in Palestine started. And we all understand who's behind that situation. That's surely Russia and Iran. And our informational department After running just some, basic analytics, we written an article, and it's absolutely open. It's available. It's posted on our website, and currently mentioning the most recent events that are taking place in this land. Russia, Iran. I'm sure about this. I'm not a military expert, but everything is pointing to that. The weapons that they were sending, as if it was the Ukrainian weapon, as if the Ukraine was supplying weapons to those terrorists. So everything that was made with the hands of Hamas, thanks to the special services of Russia to Iran. So Russia today is hitting not only the humanity, and this is something you have to understand, because this conflict is related to special lands, the sacred lands to all the three confessions, to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So Russia takes a hit upon the sanity, and that is the red line you should not cross. Otherwise, it might result in consequences resulting in crossing the red lines towards the use of the nuclear weapons. So that is the historic backbone that the humanity can cross without seeing that. And I guess this is happening now. All those horrible events. Ukraine has supported with the words of confessions, with the words of sympathy and support to the people of Israel, because a lot of civilians were killed in Israel, but there has to be a peaceful parity. That is why our Council of Ulemas have adopted a statement, and I'll briefly read some of the aspects of this statement. The Spiritual Council of Muslims condemns all types of killings of the civilian people, because the purpose of the Muslim law is to preserve the life of the human. Even the Almighty Allah in the Quran says that we have ordered the sons, and there's a reference to the sons of Israel. If someone hits the soul, if someone ravages the soul, that is equal to the killing of all people. So the killing of one person is equal to the killing of the whole humanity. And just the same, if you save the life of a single human, that means the saving the life of whole humanity. Second, in order to prevent the spread of the language of hatred, xenophobia, and based on religious, cultural, and other characters, and in order to avoid within the Ukrainian society and in the whole world any interreligious and social conflicts, we're calling upon all the political activists, political actors and citizens to prevent the spread of fakes and disinformation, to justify an unbiased assessment of the situation which is taking place on the sacred lands of Israel and Palestine over the past 75 years. And we are calling upon all the international communities, and other organizations to protect the human rights of the people in Palestine. We're calling upon the Muslims of the world and to pray for peace on the sacred land of Palestine. Unfortunately, this statement and similar statements of Muslims in the whole world, we're always facing the consequences. Every clause of this statement, it's not about the policy. So I don't want to have any political kind of understandings here. It's all about humanity, in fact. It's all about spirituality. It's all about the truth and justice. And we can see the consequences of all this, of everything that is happening in the Ukrainian society. And this was something that Russia was intended to do. We have to say that they failed to reach their objective. Dear friends, I understand that we, the Ukrainians, can be understood. Well, unfortunately, only those people who also had like war crimes. But we are people, and we as people, we have to listen to one another. We have to understand one another. That without stopping the aggression, without exhausting the source of the aggression, this war in Ukraine will not end, that there will be no patience, no peace and calmness in the world. And Russia is currently the source of aggression, and now Russia is attempting to prove retrospectively that it's not fighting against Ukraine, but that is why Russia will do everything possible in order to create new outbreaks of the armed conflicts around the world. That is why I hope that what you've seen in Kiev, that was liberated from Russians, in Irpin, in Bucha, what you've heard during this conference, that is the fighting of the Ukrainian nation, with the Crimean Tatars as the inevitable part of that notion. So hopefully that would be the beams of light, the truth, the beams of the victory of good against evil. They will shine and will lighten your path of struggle, as I'm sure that every visitor we have is the fighter for the truth and humanity. I thank you for listening to this long statement. And I thank you, Sheikh Haidar. We understand that what Russia is doing here today in Ukraine with relation to the Muslims, it's not the first experience of this country in the international wars and conflicts. The other war that where Russia has just recently demonstrated who they actually are as the aggressor state, is the war in Syria. And I'm very happy that we have the head of the Syrian diaspora in Ukraine, Mr. Mohammed Zaidir. So the question is to you. This war in Syria, the way it happened and the stage it is now, any lessons learned we can have, we as the Muslims of Ukraine and Muslims of the world, how do we deal with the situation when Russia is not complying with any norms, or nor the international norms, nor the general understanding of humanity and justice? Thank you. I would like to start by quoting our regular Syrian people, the words of gratitude to our President Zelensky for the fact that he was always kind of recalling the Syrian struggle and the aggression of Russia. The most recent time he mentioned about this in New York, and he once again mentioned the chemical attacks launched against the ordinary people of Syria, and if not Russia, and if not for their help, this horrible events would already be ending or putting to an end. And I'm also very grateful to the organizers of this conference, and more specifically the representative of the President of Ukraine in Crimea, for giving us a chance to have this conversation, to discuss this catastrophe and the scale of it. I am also grateful to Tamila Tasheva and your team for supporting the Syrian people. We know this war has started in 2011 with the start of the rebellion. It was a peaceful one and stayed peaceful for over a year, but the rights of people to the freedom and democracy was, well, not supported by many in Syria and in Russia. On the 30th of September 2015, Russia has officially started their participation in Syria. And just to remind you, on the 4th of October 2011, they used the veto right for the first time against the will of the Syrian people.
Furthermore, more than 17 times following that date, they've used their veto again. And just for comparison, the United Kingdom, over the course of the recent 50 years, used their veto only once, just to imagine the difference and to imagine the strength of support from the Russian dictators for Syria. Unfortunately, Syria in recent years had the biggest scale possible of humanitarian disaster ever since the World War II. More than 1 million people killed, and 7, maybe even 8 million people are now refugees scattered around the world. But I would like to focus your attention on the participation, on the role that Russia plays, even if not directly involved. But even directly, their direct involvement resulted in the death of more than 11,000 Syrians, including more than 2,000 children and 1,500 women as part of that number. With that in mind, we have to make sure we learn the lessons for both Syria and Ukraine in this war. As of today, even today, not far away from this conference site, our Syrian colleagues are holding a conference, today and tomorrow, trying to identify how to hold Assad and Putin accountable and how to take this case to the International Criminal Court. And this is very important because we need such global platform to hold them liable and for the rest of the world to know what's happening in the Middle East. Today, in this war, this is not only Russia taking part. Unfortunately, many other countries don't want peace in Syria. And they don't want to get united with our efforts of the rest of the civilized world to put the end to this armed aggression in Syria, to Iran, and other criminal gangs which are committing this act of armed aggression. And particularly now in the context of the armed aggression that started in February 2022, because all of our organizations, all of us as activists, have to make sure that we cast enough light on this, clearly describing the evil start of that. Thank you so much. And indeed, this was very important, appreciating that earlier we were talking about Chechnya, then Georgia, now Ukraine. These are all the lessons. Indeed, these are lessons we have to learn, because now Russia is the state which is inflicting danger and terror to its own nation as well as other countries, including African countries and some including the sub-Saharan Africa. And with that, let me refer with my next question to Mr. Diallo Isa Sadlio, who's spent enough time in Ukraine to understand from inside what is actually happening here. But could you also explain your vision and understanding what is Russia doing in Africa? What is happening in Nigeria? What are the interests? What are the goals of Russia in that region? What are they trying to do there? I am cordially thankful to you for your question. My Ukrainian is not very good, so I'll do my best to express my opinion, and I also ask you not to criticize my language skills, but let me first of all thank the Almighty for granting us with this opportunity to meet, to talk and discuss such important matters which present concerns to all of us. On the second note, I would like to thank the organizers of this event who made sure that throughout these 3 days of work we can receive such a big volume of important information, but most importantly to build relationship with each other. And this indeed is an event which is very rich in content, clearly showing how Ukraine and Ukrainian people want to have peace. And in doing so, they are trying to meet understanding and collaboration with other nations of the world. Also, I would like to explain how how Muslims are living in Ukraine. The fact is that I arrived to Ukraine first during the Soviet times. It was part of the Soviet Union back then. It was September 1986. Back then, it was still Soviet Union and the communism, and at that time there were no opportunities for open discussion, for open manifestation of your religion. There was no freedom of faith, religion, and expression in this country. But I have to explain that in Ukraine, leadership of the country was different from local people. Even living in a dormitory for students, I do remember that the local administrators were showing respect to the needs of Muslim people who stayed there, and also the peer students, they also were respecting the students from other countries coming from Islamic worlds. I do remember that in our student dormitories we would be having namaz every Friday. So we had limited space, but we had a room to meet. Usually these were so-called Lenin's rooms or reading halls, which were used as small libraries. But there were no mosques back then, so we used these reading rooms as the place for our prayers. Further on, during the reconstruction time, during the transition to market economy, the communism grew weaker and weaker. And this was the time where business people started arriving to the country. So I do remember the 1990s when Ukraine gained its independence, and they started creating open spaces and offering development opportunities for other confessions, including the Muslim and Islamic religions. And in that regard, I would like to express appreciation to the leadership of Ukraine, because there were no prohibitions established preventing us from attending to our religious proceedings. Moreover, there were legal grounds provided for people who belong to different confessions, and this was the evidence of the fact that Ukraine has a very rich in terms of diversity and highly responsible when it comes to tolerance, society and the state. And up until this time, we have never experienced any aggressions against ourselves as Muslims, or there were no uncivilized or radical manifestations committed against us. On the opposite, there was always understanding between the Islamic people, Muslim people, and government representatives of any sort. I do remember that the State Service for Ethnic Policy and Freedom of Expression, which is serving in affairs of different congregations and communities in Ukraine, remembering there is more than 130 nationalities and ethnicities represented in Ukraine. And there are many movements and religious organizations, including Islamic ones, and I have the honor of being a member to the Public Council of such a state service for ethnic policy and freedom of expression, where people are absolutely free to discuss the laws, to discuss any other affairs which they believe are important from the religious point of view, as well as other affairs which are associated with the life of different ethnic groups. And this is highly positively contributes to our friendship and mutual understanding. So I'm really happy that living here in Ukraine ever since 1986, I also can admit that I am the member of the expert board under the Ombudsman's office, who is the representative in human rights to the Parliament of Ukraine, Верховна Rada. And there we also have this opportunity to discuss any affairs which are associated with affairs of ethnic groups or minorities living in Ukraine. Traditionally, Ukraine is not a Muslim country except for the Crimean Peninsula. But now, in almost every city of Ukraine, you can see either a mosque or a house of prayers or community centers, which is open for education and prayers. And you can also have the community events which can be easily provided to Islamic people, starting with the ceremony of circumcision or marriage or funerals, in line with the laws of Islam. And we have entire freedom of attending to our religious ceremonies here in Ukraine. Our colleagues from Russian Federation say that we have to fight against Nazism and other vicious manifestations. But in fact, here we have the entire freedom of expression. And I have to admit that these Russian talks are unlawful, they are false. And living here, I do remember when the invasion of the Russian Federation country started. Here, we as African people and as Muslims, just like other citizens of Ukraine who decided to stay in Ukraine, so all of us were united into the local territorial defense forces trying to offer assistance. And myself and other Africans like myself, we also provided different types of support via voluntary organizations. For example, the voluntary battalions, serving in voluntary battalions, it's been a year and 2 months that we are working quite persistently to restore the homes, the houses which were destroyed by the shelling and bombardment or in different towns including Bucha, Irpin, and similar towns in other regions of Ukraine. And we are also providing support in reconstruction or at least cleaning of such spaces, and also working together with International Charitable Foundation Єдине Серце, United in Heart. We are helping people in the front lines, providing medicines, providing clothes, medical equipment, and other supplies, which are highly demanded by different people these days. Also, whatever we can do and offer in terms of support of the people of Ukraine, we are trying to do that because we believe we are part of this nation. My wife is Ukrainian and I have 2 daughters, and we lived all this time in Ukraine, and we will definitely continue working and helping and doing everything we can to make sure that we can live further together. If the time permits, I would like to present one very bright example. Last week we were invited to by the Patriarch of Kiev, the Reverend Filaret, who wanted to thank us, express appreciation for the care and service that we are providing here. So we were accepted in their residence, and we were honored by such audience, and I was happy to see how humane and open they were to representatives of different religions, emphasizing that all of us standing in the face of God, attending to our religion, and we are all united by this kindness and humanity. And what makes us human is appreciating other humans' lives, which makes us the defenders of good in the eyes of the Almighty. And the victory will always come to those who stand on the side of the righteous and the right and the good. And we believe that now Ukraine is on the good side, and it definitely will be victorious. But speaking of the Guinea and Africa, the Western Africa in particular, and the South Africa in their impact on the international policy, particularly on strengthening the Russian influence via political pressure, informational pressure, disinformation, which is a very powerful campaign, which is ever supported to attract more and more people from our continent to the side of Russia, because Russians are using such activists or people who call themselves Pan-African activists who are ready to fight on the Russian side and collaborate, and sometimes being paid the salary by Russia and seeking other benefits that Russia is offering, and abusing informational mass media platforms which Russia is using to broadcast this disinformation to other people, particularly young people who are covered by such disinformation via mass media and public relations.
So, the other tools used by Russia, that is the military ones, my colleagues who has already mentioned the Wagner Group activities, and this group is actively willing to take control over the territory of the Sahel region and other parts of the Africa. The other ways, the other tools include the following: that Russia, China are creating a lot of, well, rather Russia is creating a lot of cultural centers, and they're kind of attracting people, luring people to study the Russian culture, Russian language, and later on they would be granted with the possibility to have a diploma and to go to higher educational institutions of Russia. This is one of the sources of pressure. The other is the food leverage, and we all know that Russia is promising many countries to provide free of charge a lot of food or fertilizers. And many African countries, they require the fertilizers that they've originally importing them from Ukraine, but now the ports are unable to kind of ensure the supply of those fertilizers. So Russia now has the chance to promise the supply of the fertilizers. Then there's other political aspects. Many African presidents and dictators they have kind of they're standing on common grounds with Putin, and Putin is helping to fund them. He provides help and assistance with experts, engaging on an organization of different activities and organization of pseudo or sham elections. In conclusion, I would like to express my concern over this situation. in Gaza Strip. I'm very concerned about the incoming news, but of course we could not but to mention this aspect. I condemn, and the African Council in Ukraine also condemns all all forms of violence, and those who cause this violence. And we condemn those who committed this aggression in the very beginning for not complying with whatever commitments they take. We believe that the rules have to be fulfilled. So thank you for your attention. I thank you, Mr. Diallo. Well, you shouldn't be, saying sorry too much for your Ukrainian language. It's good. No.
You, Mr. Mohammed, and you come from Malaysia, from Southeast Asia, which is the largest region for Muslims to populate. You have so many Muslim countries there with large populations. You all know that it was the Russians who did the atrocities in Syria. You know what they did in Chechnya. Now you get to know what they do in Ukraine. You hear what they are trying to do in Africa by stirring things up in normal democracies, converting them into autocracies. So you know it all, on one hand. On the other hand, you also know that in Russia domestically, Muslims do feel oppressed. They cannot easily obey the rules of Islam. If they have some sort of views of how Islam should be followed, they can be easily imprisoned and jailed. Whereas in Ukraine, as it was just mentioned, we all feel so much free in terms of how we practice our religion. So both internationally and domestically, when you compare Russia and Ukraine, all the sentiments have to go to the side of Ukraine. However, in reality, what we see is that on so many instances, the sentiments of Muslims around the world, including in your region, they go with Russia. Could you please explain to us why this happens? What is the Malaysian view, the Southeastern Asian view of the war that Russia started against Ukraine, of their role in all the nasty things that are happening in this world?
First of all, thank you very much, my brother, Mr. Arsen, Sheikh Aidar, Sheikh Zaidi, Sheikh Isa, and my fellow colleagues. I'm greeting you with a word and greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon all of you. Salam sejahtera, selamat kepada semua. Before I answer the questions, I have the presentation. I've prepared the presentation. So before that, let us look to some of the very principle of Islam that has becoming a part and parcel of our life. And for Malaysian and Southeast Asia, Muslims there, this is a very principle that has becoming the culture as well as our ethos about the karama insaniyah, the human dignity, ukhuwah, brotherhood, and also amal salihat, which is charity, good deeds. So in Islam, we believe in the principle of human dignity, which is universal. And dignity is inalienable rights of all mankind. Peace is ultimately important to ensure that the dignity can be upheld. That is because if during wartime violence occurs, fightings happen, there will be no dignity. Even whatever you said about applying and abide by the law of war, etc., but human dignity will be not upheld during the wartime. Number two, the principle of brotherhood. That is why in my country, in our region, which is Southeast Asia, that fortunately we have not having this kind of experience being colonized by the Russia, as well as the Chinese, but we have, besides, so unfortunately, we have been colonized by the Western people. Brotherhood is something that very much into our culture. And when we see about the Muslim brotherhood, I mean the Ukhuwah Islamiyah, the sense of belonging, the sense of brotherhood among Muslims, even though we are in the region that are, we can say, great, what we call it as geographically distance, far away from the Middle East. But what's happened in the Middle East is very, very near to our heart. That is why you can see the struggle and plight of the Palestinian people is the #1 priority in our region. I have to say it straight that Malaysia, Indonesia, and all Southeast Asian countries, we have this kind of ZOP fund. What we call it as a zone of peace, freedom, and neutrality. This is the very principle of regionalism in Southeast Asia, the ASEAN ZOP Fund. So maybe because of we are small countries, as some of the Indonesia, once Indonesia has propagate the policy of Ganyang Malaysia, which is destroy Malaysia during the confrontation in 1963. But Alhamdulillah, thanks God, today I'm married to a daughter of an Indonesian citizen. No, that's a long story, long time ago. But even though we have this ZOP fund principle policy in our region, but when it comes to the Palestinian issues, we take a side. I mean, we take side. And we support staunch, we are becoming the staunch supporters of the Palestinian people. Don't get me wrong, because what's happened in Palestine is one of the most tragic crises in the Muslim and also the humanity throughout these centuries. It has happened more than 7 decades, and the conflict has not been resolved until today. So that's, that is why Muslims in our part of country, I mean, in our region, are very near to this, whether it is Palestine, Afghanistan, and previously we are, I mean, when we have this kind of policy, ZOP fund, but when we are using this neutrality card, we managed to lobby and also to advocate the issue of Bosnia during Bosnian War in 1990s, and also the Kosovo War, and during the Syrian War. And the humanitarian side is very important, and we have teams from NGOs to send humanitarian helps to more than 10 countries, Muslim countries especially, and other countries all around the globe. So, okay, we go to brotherhood. Not only Muslim brotherhood, but also brotherhood in humanity, which is not only Ukhuwah Islamiyah, but also Ukhuwah Bashariyah. Because of the first principle that I have told you, I've conveyed to you just now, the principle of human dignity. Number 3, this is very important because of that 2 principles, we have that another principle, which is Amal Salihat, good deeds, helping others. Thanks God the Almighty that our country, my country, Malaysia, which consists of the population of 32 million people, is peaceful, relatively, in terms of there is no humanitarian conflicts, as well as we are in what we call it as outside the Pacific fire ring, you know. That means we are peace. There is no such thing as tsunami or volcano eruption or earthquake happen in our country. But it will be happen in Philippines, our neighbor, and also in Indonesia, and also in any other neighboring countries. That is why we are thinking of, thank you, our neighbors, because you are the protector, the shield of our country. Once something happened there in Indonesia, something happened in the Philippines, Malaysian will be the first who sending the humanitarian mission there because of this factor. Because, yes, our peaceful country actually happened for reasons. And this is our responsibility. That is same happens when other countries outside Malaysia, Syria, in the Palestine, in Ukraine, in Afghanistan, happen to have this kind of conflict. In the Africa, in the Sahel area, happen to have this kind of conflicts, humanitarian crises. It is our responsibility to send humanitarian mission there to help them. Because one day, God forbid, if anything happened to our country, every minute is very important, and we are hoping that every minute we pray to God, God will send the helper to us. And we know very much, even we are peaceful relatively, but we know how do they feel all around the globe, waiting for the helpers to come, waiting for the humanitarian to come to help them. And these three principles are the principles and ethos of the people in Southeast Asia, not even only in Malaysia, but also in ASEAN. You see the graph, and you can see 2023, more than 300 million people need humanitarian help worldwide, and it will more and more to come in the recent years. And we can see also the conflict in the world, in the countries that now in trapped in the humanitarian crisis, need a long duration to solve the conflict. And it's happened, and it will be happen recently. This is the map of Muslim countries and Muslim majority countries. You can see where Malaysia is, and Malaysia and Indonesia, and also the southeastern countries, Southeast Asia countries. We are living in the eastern part. Actually, during previous time, during the colonial times, the imperialists or colonialists, they tend to perceive us as the lesser India. That's why Indonesian got the name Indonesia. That means comes from the Indian, Indo, and Nesia, Nisos, the islands. So actually, we are very much happy that we gain benefit from the Indian civilization, but we are not Indian. We are Austronesia. We are actually kind of people who live in this kind of region, which are surrounded by sea. We are the sea people. And our siblings are also living in parts of Pacific, the islands, small islands in Micronesia, in Melanesia, etc., etc. So by geography, we are also quite far from the Middle East, actually. But our people are very devoted to their religion and the very principle of the religion. No? Not just having the sentiment, but practicing religion as it is, as what has been taught by our prophet, peace be upon him, as what been taught by the Quran, by the Holy Scripture. So that is why we are promoting peace, number one, because this is the principle of man. Violence is not normal. And we feel that we are happy to be living, conducting our day life and life in our countries, which is peaceful, and becoming our responsibility to promote peace all around the globe. Okay, what is happening in Russia-Ukraine conflict and our response? I would go it quickly. Actually, based on research, what's happened here has a very low in percentage of the weightage of the that attracting the people, what we call it as response. That's number one. Number two, there is no Islamic questions that people know about the conflict, which is, we do have it. Crimean people, Crimean Tatar is our brother, and they need help. Number three, the feeling of anti-Western, anti-West is so much in our country. Maybe because I have told you just now, we have no experience of being colonized by Russian or Chinese. Rather, we have been colonized by the Western people, the Dutch, the British, the American, the Spaniard, etc., Portuguese, etc., etc. And this kind of, you see, it is also really suspected that there is a line of thinking in Malaysia and Indonesia and also in Southeast Asia country, as well as the Muslim world, that coming out of criticizing Russia means supporting the West. So that is why also, I've told you just now, such perspective of Islamophobia, and we can see in the news today, in America, a boy has been killed out of the Islamophobic action. A Muslim boy has been killed in America because of this kind of perception and sentiments, Islamophobia in America and the Western world. So, what about the Crimean Tatars? They are native of the Crimean region of Ukraine, and this happened at the very beginning of the conflict, which is in 2014. And what's happened in 2014 that related to Malaysia? Our aircraft has been shot in the eastern part of Ukraine and has killed 298 people. Most of them are Dutch nationals and Malaysians, and more than 50 families were there in the aircraft. More than 80 people are children under 18 years old. And one family of two couples with 4 kids come from my hometown, And Alhamdulillah, thanks God, maybe there are wisdom behind that. In our country, we built a mosque, a masjid for remembering in the MH17, we call it MH17, the aircraft. MH17 victims, we built a mosque or a masjid to commemorate them. And it is not becoming just a mosque for worshipping or for having rituals, but also as community centers. Interestingly, the mosque has been built in a state, a province in Malaysia, which is Sarawak, located at the Bornean part of Malaysia, that is the only state in Malaysia which have a population of non-Muslims surpass Muslims there. You know? The mosque is located near to my house during our stay in Sarawak before, and I just want to, to enjoin all of you to just take a moment of silence to remember the people has been killed during the incident, unfortunately, the MH17 in 2014, and all souls that has been taken during the aggression of the oppressors. Al-Fatiha. Amen. And my last point, actually, this is a real situation that's happening all around the globe. It is not only in Ukraine, but what I personally saw here in this very country, Ukraine has shown us the strategy. How do we get the support from the world? How do we can use, and also maybe we can modify it from what Ukraine has done to get support, to make it a full stop in the country that has humanitarian crisis that has no end until today, especially in the Muslim world. And I hope that I have something to be conveyed after this. What are we going to do to get support from the global Muslim in the second round? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really helpful to see the perspective of those people who we don't really get to talk a lot to. It's really helpful. The only thing is that I'm afraid that we're running out of time. You all are brilliant speakers, and it took us more than 1 hour to go through the first round. So having said this, I'd like to open the floor for just 2 questions from guests. If there is anybody who would like to ask a question, please raise your hand, and the floor will be yours. Yes, please, a gentleman at the back bench. And it will be the only one, and Pan Alexei would like to ask a question as well. Okay. Right, you will all have 1 minute each for your closing remarks, if that's all right, okay?
Good afternoon, Igor Berlyan, analyst Detector Media. Thanks a lot for very insightful discussion. I have a question about Islam. How we can use Islam factor in Ukrainian public and cultural diplomacy, particularly in Southeast Asia and Africa?
Looks like the question goes to you, Mohammed, how we in Ukraine can use Islam and the fact that there are Muslims here who live peacefully in terms of how we advocate for the Ukrainian cause in this war against Russia.
Yeah, interestingly, just a fact. In our country, you will see a lot of people with the name Muhammad at the first, you know. You ask me, Muhammad, Muhammad. Another people are also Muhammad. Muhammad what? Muhammad this, Muhammad that. Yeah. And we have in our name bin with the name of our father. So that's number one. Number two, this is just a fact before I answer the question. I'm coming from the organization which is ABIM, Muslim Youth Movement of Malaysia. The acronym is ABIM. And interestingly, the very word Abim has something to do with the Tatar Crimean Muslim. the language, and also the Turkic related and family language, which mean my brother. And yes, we are your brother. Thank you very much for the questions. I have just three ways. How do we maneuver the Islamic factor to get support from the global Muslim world? Number one, narrative. How to make the narrative that Ukraine has never becoming a colonial power before and never has oppressed other. That's number one. And Muslim in Ukraine, especially the Crimean Tatars, are under oppression. And the victory of Crimea is actually the victory of Ukraine. So you are on the right track, actually. This is Crimea platform, Crimea Global, and this is the right track for getting support from the global Muslim. Number two, advocacy. How do we pursue scalable advocacy through sustainable strategies that is promoting the Crimean Tatars, cultures and history, and seek Muslim solidarity? In our country, I have told you, I conveyed to you just now that in our experience, yes, our experience, we are very much near to the conflict of the Muslim world, but not in Crimea Tatar maybe because of the information has not coming to us. So we have to go for more for that advocacy. And the last one, attaining support by using this Crimea Global and having Tatar Muslims representative constantly meeting with the representative of the Muslims, NGOs and civil society, as well as parliamentarians all around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Пане Олексію, у вас є питання?
Thank you so much, dear Alexei. I believe you also had a question. Could we have the microphone, please?
Шукран. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Zagalumnis. My comment is about anti-Western feelings in the Muslim world. I know about it, but I think it's important of us also to remind that the thesis that Russia is a friend of Islam is totally wrong. Just remember what country started invasion in neutral Afghanistan. What country? Who started the war in 1979? What country committed huge bloodshed of Muslims in Chechnya, in Aleppo, in other countries? And finally, I believe it wasn't mentioned during this panel, that the war we have right now between Russia and Ukraine. What Russia is doing? Russia is mobilizing Muslims from underdeveloped Muslim regions of Russia. Okay, not from Moscow, not from St. Petersburg, but from underdeveloped regions. A lot of them are Muslim, and they are sending Muslims to Ukraine to kill their Muslim brothers. So that's very important to remember, that Russia is organizing the fight between Muslims themselves. Thank you. Shukran.
Thank you so much for this remark, Professor. Now we go for the last round of questions. Будь ласка, по одній хвилині.
And now can we have the closing comments, please, and maybe your feedback on any of the comments before. So your final statement, final observations as per results of this panel. Over to you. Can you hear me well? Well, let my closing remark be a reply to the first question from the participants about the way to use Islam in diplomacy. We do not have to use, we cannot use any religion in politics. That's exactly what Russia is making. Any religion is seeking the good, the faith, the humanity, not politics. So we don't have to confuse politics and religions. We have to manifest our solidarity, and this is my message to my brothers, whether this is Oriental world, African world, or European world. We have to be on the side of the truth and true faith. There's nothing preventing me from saying the truth. Now, President Zelensky has supported Israel, remembering what's happening in Palestine. But if I have an alternative opinion, I can criticize the president of the country where I live in, because there is freedom. We are asking you about solidarity. Let us make sure that solidarity is equal to faithfulness. Secondly, what are we doing to support our brothers in Palestine? We definitely have to do more. Thank you, dear Mufti. Mr. Mohammed, please take the floor. Thank you so much. Finishing this panel, I would like to emphasize that the Arabic diaspora, even if you call it minority in Ukraine, we never suffered any kind of repression of our rights. We have always enjoyed the freedom of expressing our opinion. As Mufti suggested there can be different opinions freely expressed in a democratic country. I have to emphasize that the official Kyiv, over 30 years of Ukraine being independent, when it comes to Middle East conflicts, has been clearly taking a position for peaceful resolution in either Middle East conflicts or elsewhere in the world. And we would like to make sure that such position is strongly manifested by the officials and everybody else. Because we as Muslims in Ukraine and Arabic people in Ukraine, we cannot stay aside from what is happening in the Gaza sector, in Palestine and elsewhere in the world. This is really painful to see what's happening there. 75 years, Israel is failing in delivering against our resolutions for peaceful litigation of relationship between Arabs and Israelis, despite having the UN declarations. Yes, we are all seeking peace, but here I also might share a couple of comments regarding Crimea, because that is also in the heart of every Muslim person. But I would like to suggest that there should be more Crimean Tatars included into every official delegation of Ukraine, visiting other countries and delivering our opinion, our vision of the fact, our perspective and solutions we'd like to suggest for the rest of the world, making sure they understand this appropriately and making sure they contribute appropriately to making sure that Crimea as well as the rest of Ukraine is liberated as soon as possible. Thank you so much, Mr. Issa. Over to you, please. Thank you. And what I would like to mention here regarding Ukraine, which is the country that I love dearly. At the start of war, many people were saying that human rights here are violated, rights of Russian-speaking population are violated, but this is not a fact. So do remember that. And speaking of the opportunity to live together as neighbors, sometimes it happens that you are biting your own tongue, although this is you biting yourself. But this is where people have to learn to live next to each other, like your teeth and the tongue, because this is important that you work together, because you're part of the same being. And what I can see here when talking to imams, to Reverend Philaret, and the prayers they make, they are all encouraging people in Ukraine to live together, no matter which religion they belong to. So with that, once again, let me thank you for invitation to this event, and I would like also to take advantage of this opportunity to express appreciation on behalf of the African Council in Ukraine and to award the organizers of this event with a letter of appreciation, and particularly the standing representative of the President of Ukraine in Republic of Crimea, dear Tamara Tasheva. Could you kindly accept this letter of appreciation? This is very important to us as a token of our appreciation for everything you do to make sure that Ukraine and Africa are together, because Africa stands with Ukraine. Thank you so much, and on that wonderful note, I'd like to hand over. Thank you once again. And on that note,
the final remark goes to Mr. Mohammed Fazril from the Muslim Youth Movement of Malaysia. Please, 1 minute.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. For me, Ukraine has done a lot of good job. So like what I have conveyed just now, the other people in the Muslim world can learn something, the strategy, how to get out from the conflict by using the Ukrainian strategies, like what we do have, Crimea platform, etc., and Crimea Global, etc. And the last point is I hoped that the next generation, whatever happened now and until today, will not prolong to the next generation. And we are hoping and pray to the God Almighty that we will be having the generation of peace, generation that have this kind of everlasting peace. And that is the very nature of humankind. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to thank everybody for your attention. This was really interesting and helpful, and may God bless all of us. Дякую дуже.
Dear friends, organizational issue. Actually, we're running late a bit, like 45 minutes. So we will start the next
all of you to our final panel, Global Left on Global War, Ideologies, Solidarities, and Activism. Thank you so much for coming and especially staying until this very last panel. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers for bringing us all here, our wonderful panelists for coming from so far away, and of course the Ukrainian Armed Forces for making this panel possible and this whole conference possible. So the organizers asked me to prepare a little keynote, and I will use this opportunity to sketch some questions, problems, conundrums that I see, and hopefully will prompt a discussion. So we all know the global left movement for its support and solidarity with different marginalized, oppressed, colonized people by imperial powers. The common principles that unite the left are their anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism, the fight for the rights of excluded, working class people, indigenous people, LGBTQ plus people, and many others. Still, many oppressed societies around the world remain deeply disappointed that the very force that is supposed to show solidarity with them doesn't do so. We've seen that on the left during the war in Syria, when Syrian dictator Assad, together with the Russian dictator Putin, were bombing the peaceful cities, and the left remained silent. We also saw that in 2014, when the Russian President Putin occupied Crimea and invaded Donbass, and the left also, for the most part, remained silent. Today, very few leftists show sympathy when the Russian state commits crimes of genocide against Ukraine, denying Ukrainians the right for identity and self-determination and statehood. So the left remains blind to the Russian imperialism and violence, tending to blame the familiar Western foe. And someone who studied Crimea and the indigenous Crimean Tatars for years, I've seen that many times in Western academia, which is for the most part, as some of you know, is leftist, this deep misunderstanding about the nature of Russian state and its imperialism. The whole academia is structured in a way that people with connections to Russia, and these connections can be financial, emotional, intellectual, are also the same people who define the parameters of knowledge production. So what and how should we study? And also give funding to graduate students. So as a graduate student, I was told that I better not use the term annexation of Crimea if I want to get funding for my dissertation. So the academic discourse, which also forms and shapes the leftist discourse in general, refuses to see Russian imperialism both in its past and present. The studies of the Russian Empire tend to romanticize Russian autocracy. The Soviet Union is seen as a participatory project in which all nations took part voluntarily. And the current Russian Federation is seen as just an unfortunate slip into authoritarianism from the very promising democratic transformations in the 90s. However, if we look at the history of Crimea, it becomes clear that the whole history of existence of Russia is a story of imperial conquest and colonialism. Crimean Tatars know this better than anyone. In 1783, they were colonized, their state was destroyed, and by the end of the next century, more than half of the population was forced to immigrate and was substituted by the Russian settlers. The Soviet Empire in the 20th century, again, destroyed the newly created Crimean Tatar state, colonized the peninsula, deported the entire population this time, and resettled Russians, and completely Russified the peninsula. And the same thing happened in 2014. The Russian Empire violently occupied Crimea, imposed everything Russian laws, Russian culture, resettled Russians again, and today commits daily acts of oppression against the remaining Crimean Tatars. So we witness in Crimea the same policies of the Russian state throughout the history of the Russian rule there. And when we hear politicians, journalists, or academics saying that, while Crimea has always been Russian, or many Crimeans supported the referendum, this is because they disregard the history of Russian settler colonialism and do not see Russia as an empire. And I brought up this example of Crimea as a relevant example of some of the misunderstandings and paradoxes that dominate leftist thought and politics, being anti-imperialist on the one hand, at the same time being blind to Russian imperialism. So now I would like to turn to our panelists. We have speakers from Syria, from Iran, from India, from Chile, from Ukraine, and I would like them to talk a little bit about their experiences with the left in their national context and how this influenced their struggle. I'd like to start with our first panelist, Kavita Krishnan. Kavita is an Indian feminist and women's rights activist. Until 2023, she was a member of the Communist Party of India Liberation and the secretary of the All India Progressive Women's Association. In 2020, she published a book, Fearless Freedom, about the rights and safety of women in India. She was recognized as one of the BBC's 100 Women in 2014. Kavita, the floor is yours. Thank you.
It's working, right? First, I'd like to just say how thankful I am the minute I received the mail from the Office of the Crimea Platform and other civil society organizers asking if I could come. I was so grateful for the opportunity. And the introduction to who I am just described, and I think it's a little surreal probably for people in Ukraine to hear, okay, this woman was in a communist party for 30 years? What was she doing there? And I don't blame you. But I do want to begin by explaining, we are talking about the left's blind spots. So why are we talking about the left? What is the left? And what are these blind spots? Why are they there? So I just want to quickly say that there's a lot that has been written and said, and probably other panelists will speak about it, about how the better known names on the Western left and so on have responded to the war on Ukraine and their general sort of affinity for Russia, for China, and so on. And I know, these are basically individuals, intellectuals, or, who are primarily writing books or are on social media, and several of them now are doing nothing but propaganda for some authoritarians. But I'm not going to be speaking about them. I am going to be speaking about the left in my country. And I'm going to be asking you, as I have asked them and other people in India who are fighting for democracy, I'm going to appeal to you to, I think, try and hold contradictions at one time in our minds, resist the impulse to decide that my story, in which I've assumed who are the good guys, who are the bad guys, all reality has to be fitted to that story, which I have, which had a basis. But that basis I'm going to cling on to now, and I will fight any reality that comes in the way of that story. So I'm going to ask that we try to collectively, because we are people committed to justice, we are trying to work out how to build better solidarity for Ukraine in the global south. So we are going to be talking about, why are we talking about the left? Because when we think about the problems with building solidarity in the global south, it isn't the left that's standing in the way of building that solidarity, but we are talking about it because we want the left. We hoped that the left could be of help in breaking down prejudices and building that solidarity. And we feel let down because the left is not doing that. Whereas it has done it, taken up other unpopular causes in other circumstances. So it's not doing it now. So even though the left is a minority in many of the countries we are talking about, it's of the global south, and they are themselves victimized, but we do want from them better standards, and we want them to do this labor, which they are not. So why is it, where do these blind spots come from? And I would argue that the blind spots in my part of the world are not blind spots that are specific to the left alone. The precise reason why they are so persistent and why any attempt to disturb them is greeted with almost incomprehension is because it is so widely shared by, for instance, in India. Most Indians know the Soviet Union. I was brought up in a steel plant township, where the plant was set up with Soviet collaboration. My father was sent to Kiev to train. But we understood the Soviet Union, the Hindi word for Soviet Union, the most commonly used if you're not a commentator on television and being very careful, is Soviet Russia, Soviet Rus. Soviet Union, no one says that. So it's commonly, just anyone randomly off the street barely knows where Ukraine is. The ones who do would be students now, going to study here and so on, who do know. The point is, in general popular understanding, that is not there. Plus, of course, because they get so much of their history about this part of the world from the Soviet Union, you can imagine that Ukraine did not figure very much there, and I can say that for myself. So this larger blind spot that we are talking about, where does that come from and how do we fight it? Because frankly, in India as well as here, I have given up the project of only trying to address the left. Because when I say left, when I say left now, in the rest of my talk, I'm not going to be talking only about declared communists or Marxists or socialists. I'm not. I'm going to be, when I say left, I'm going to be talking about people who recognize far-right ideologies as a threat to democracy and who defend democracy, who are not just sitting somewhere writing something, but they're really invested in a more democratic and more just world. I'm going to use the word left in that sense. And that, I believe, I'm addressing you here, because you don't have to be a leftist or an anti-capitalist or whatever. I'm just assuming you believe justice is a good thing. Freedom and democracy are good things, and that we, of so many languages and so many countries, when we say freedom, when we say democracy, we kind of mean, we understand each other, we know what that means in general. The authoritarians that we are talking about, Putin, Xi Jinping, Modi, many others. My argument to my own friends in India and to everybody fighting for democracy in India and anywhere else has been that it's not just that these forces are collaborating with each other. Iran, so many forces. They are insisting, they are saying one thing in common. They are saying that the very idea that we understand each other when we say democracy, that's a lie. Those of us who think we understand each other, we are just Western agents. We are the dupes of the West or the agents of the West. And so those of Western elites, they say, oh, the Western public, that's with us. It's only if you believe in that democracy means broadly the same thing, that is universal or globally understood principles of democracy, you are just basically an imperialist apologist or a dupe. And what is their primary example of this? I say this as a feminist. The number one example that Putin's speeches, wartime speeches, what's he talking about? Every speech he gives you the example of imperialism, number one example of imperialism is what he calls, the Satanist attack on family values. And so, oh my God, this is a family of two men, two women, mom and mom, dad and dad, gender is not real, you know, girls can become boys, boys can become girls. This is the Antichrist. This is Satanism. Dugin uses the word from Hindu mythology for this, for the overturning of, hierarchies. He says it's Kali Yuga. Things are upside down. So they are saying the international rule of law is a lie, the rules-based order is a Western ploy, and the West has double standards, and so there should be no standards. So those of us who are defending Ukraine, advocating for Ukraine, what is the difficulty that I face when I do that there? I have to speak to people who are very well versed in every detail of how the West has double standards. When Putin says that, they hear that. And they say, and this I can say about close friends who agree with me on Ukraine. But if Putin has just given a speech, I've had a good friend come up to me and say, but that, when he says that, it's kind of, yeah, who else says this? He has a point. The West is completely double standards. Who is the West to talk about democracy? So then I have to say, but democracy doesn't belong to Bush or Biden or Obama or Trump or anyone, right? Democracy is something people have fought for. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is not just something that, the post-World War powers sat and decided. Sure, they had power then but they also did it because there was a large demand for it, there was a moral moment for it, and people really felt that we have to assert at this time that human beings are just born with rights. If I'm a gay person, I don't need the state to recognize me. The state may criminalize me, but I'm human, and so I have the right to be gay, right? So my problem is how to build solidarity, and I feel that the only way to build solidarity for Ukraine is to, the only way to build solidarity for each other, for the oppressed, and in this case for Ukraine, is to establish, embrace solidarity as a principle and to offer solidarity elsewhere. And to do that, I think the first thing is to accept that contradictions exist. The story we may believe may be partly true, but it may not be the whole truth. For instance, let me give you an example of something I learned here in this session. I heard speakers here from Venezuela, Nicaragua, and in the stories I believed and I held quite close, I knew that in Latin America, America has had a very bad role. America has believed in manifest destiny and has gone around meddling, has toppled governments, backed, for instance, the Contras in Nicaragua. I know all about those. But now I see that, all right, the guys the Contras were killing were also, not good guys. So I reassess in my head the story I know about who is the good guy, who is the bad guy, right? So I ask people in my part of the world to do that, to say, you think Russia's been good to you. They were good to you for their own reasons at that time. Today they are Modi's best pal, and he is behaving like that. So do not think that he really has your well-being at heart, right? So what I feel is that in order to, and here I will build on the previous session as well, because I found that very illuminating. Because our session is, after all, about the, we are here with a focus on Crimea. So I feel that if it's about blind spots, and then I think the reason for that is the history of colonialisms and imperialisms. And the victims of one colonialism, ironically, our view of the world is shaped by that same colonial power. They're the ones who tell us what story we accept. And likewise, the victims of another colonialism or imperialism, their story is shaped by their colonialists. So India was colonized by the British. So India says the Brits are bad, the Americans are bad. Whoever the Brits and Americans must be supporting, namely Ukraine, must be bad. They're on their side. So you look at it from a camp angle. The left does exactly the same thing. But in India, the left is not the main party doing this. across the board, the far right, of course, but even other, like broadly, this is the consensus, this is the common sense. And so, likewise, I find that those who have experienced Soviet imperialism, they say, oh, you know, if the West is saying, with the Muslim world, oh, these LGBT rights and feminism must be all wrong because the West, we hear the West talking about it. So if you are a Muslim woman talking about this, you must be, you know, you're just become Western. You are not true to your values. And likewise. So I think the way to break through that and the way to build solidarity, and as someone on the left broadly, not quite sure what that means now for me, but I do, you know, in a broad sense, understand myself as a fighter for democracy, for justice. I think that the way past those blind spots, the way to dissolve those blind spots, is to recognize how do we unite. They're dividing us. They're dividing us all the time. They divided us when they carved up the world. And today they're dividing us by saying, if you are in this camp, then you have to look at the world this way. So how do we look at the world as people, separate from how governments look at it and separate from how geopolitics looks at it? Politics is about justice. It is about people. And that's why the left falls for these realist, very right-wing ideas about geopolitics, which means this is something removed from politics. It's about some war between the big powers. So what? Why should we care? We should care to stand with the victims and the oppressed and those fighting for justice, no matter who is the oppressor, no matter what the political identity or other religious identity or whatever of the oppressor is. How do we do that? My suggestion would be, I'm close to the last, right? I know. So my suggestion would be that our baseline be, we may differ on many, many things. We may not yet share the same story, all right? We may have very different stories about different conflicts in the world. But I think the baseline has to be that we defend and demand that any power embrace the international rules-based order, the international rule of law. We will fight double standards, of course. You know, so if some Western country is talking about those standards and they're violating them, we are going to say you're violating them and we are going to resist you. All the examples you've cited there about invasions, imperialist actions in other parts of the world. But we will have to do it no matter who does it. So I would say here that I express, I'm going to point out something, an observation, and just ask you to think about it. We've been here for, since the 13th. The only session, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, in which we heard mention of an enormous human rights, humanitarian crisis and potential ethnic cleansing and genocide happening right now, threatening civilians exactly as Ukrainians are threatened, cutting off food, shelter, water, cutting off food, electricity, water, saying the entire nation is evil, and so, all of that. Those statements are being made now. The only mention we heard of it was on a panel about Muslims. That's not a Muslim issue. Ukraine should not be an issue for Eastern Europe. It shouldn't be an issue for, post-Soviet countries. It's an issue for justice. And for those of us in the world who maybe never knew about this, we have to put in the labor of solidarity to know more. And until we know more, maybe we won't accept all of Ukraine's story, but we have to stand with Ukraine based on, international principles of democracy, rule of law, autonomy, sovereignty. So I will just end here by making a suggestion, a very gentle suggestion. I know that probably many of you will not entirely agree right now. But taking off from the last session and this one, I would say that one of the things which would make a huge difference in my country for sure, and in persuading the oppressed in my country, the Muslim minority which is oppressed by Hindu majoritarianism, to support Ukraine, to remove one blind spot, a little bit, to blur the blind spot, would be if we could have a statement of solidarity condemning attacks on civilians, condemning, of course, the Hamas is a terrorist group, condemning its atrocity. But terrorism should not be committed by a state either. So attacks on civilians is wrong. The United Nations, we should just say what the United Nations is saying. That's a bare minimum, which is that if you tell 1 million people to evacuate from Gaza, that's a mass population transfer. People in this part of the world, in Eastern Europe, know what a mass population transfer is. Stalin did it, big time. It's been done with the Tatars over and over. So, and they're saying that cutting off food, electricity, water, exactly what the UN said about doing it in Ukraine, they're saying it about doing it in Gaza, that this is collective punishment. It's a polite word for ethnic cleansing, it's a polite word for genocide. But collective punishment, you're going to punish an entire people for a real or imagined crime committed by one party. I know that Ukraine has committed no crime, I hear a lot, but then Hamas. But the people are not Hamas. There is a difference between civilians. So I would just end by saying that consistency is the only way, only road I have to offer to get, to remove my own blind spots. And I think that's the way ahead for us all. And so my talk isn't so much about, it's a labor we all need to do, whether we call ourselves left or not.
Thank you so much, Kavita. Yes, I completely agree that if we are expecting as Ukrainian solidarity from the rest of the world, then we also should extend our hands and show solidarity to others. And also thank you for kind of bringing out this, all these different contradictions that we should all keep in mind when we are expecting, when we see something as black and white, so clear for us, there is such a moral clarity about the war in Ukraine, but we also should keep in mind about so many contradictions that are in elsewhere, yes. So our next speaker is Oleksiy Harany. Oleksiy is a professor of comparative politics at the National University of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy in Ukraine. Since 2015, he has served as a research director at the Democratic Initiatives Foundation, which is a leading Ukrainian analytical and sociological think tank. He has started a joint project in the Global South, and already as part of the Ukrainian civil society delegation, Professor Harany already visited 11 countries in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. He co-edited, in particular, the book Ukrainian Left, Between Leninism and Social Democracy. Pane Oleksiyu, please.
Thanks a lot. Okay. Namaste. Salam alaikum. Salamat. Dina. Salamat. Buenas tardes. Jumbo. Anybody knows what jumbo is? Nobody speaks Swahili here. Okay, Bwanji. Bwanji is hello in Nyanja language from Zambia. And this morning, I've come back to Ukraine from a trip to Zambia and South Africa, which was organized by Swedes. And I would like to stress it, because you know that some events which are conducted by representatives of the US, UK, France, they are viewed with suspicion in the so-called Global South. All were colonizers or supported colonialism. While it's not the case for Scandinavia, and Scandinavia was always against apartheid and colonialism. So Scandinavians are more trusted in this part of the world. So we should take it into account, as well as some other countries, and I will talk about this later. But first of all, let me start with my personal story. And those who know me, they know that I love personal stories to tell to others. So I was a student of international relations in Kyiv in 70s. And remember what a wonderful time were 70s for liberation movement and struggle. 1975, collapse of Portuguese Empire and new countries in South Africa. 1979, revolution in Nicaragua. Cubans are sending soldiers to Africa. Number of people's republics in Africa. Anybody knows about people's republics in Africa? Raise your hands. Who knows about it? Who remembers about it? 2 people. Benin, Congo, Angola, Mozambique, people's republics. Ethiopia was officially called Socialist Ethiopia. Officially. So it looked like, you know, the world revolution is really going on. And I was dreaming about the world revolution, how I will be kind of Che Guevara. I made a t-shirt with Che Guevara myself, because at that time you couldn't find Che Guevara shirts in the Soviet Union. No, in the Soviet Union they didn't like Che Guevara. So I was dreaming about it, and I remember how we were happy about this anti-colonial struggle and the fight for democracy. And basically what I am trying to explain to people in these countries right now, that we were in solidarity with you. Please be in solidarity with us when we are holding anti-colonial struggle and the fight of democracy against dictatorship. Oh, I have forgotten to greet everybody left in this room. Are there any left in this room? Great. 2, 3. Okay. I would like to greet right in this room. Are there anybody right? No. 1. Good, good. Thank you for your bravery. Are there any centrists in this room? Guys, what about others? You do not have any ideology. Okay. As Marx said, there is a hidden ideology in everything. Okay, but anyway, what I would like to stress is being left definitely doesn't contradict our struggle, Ukrainian struggle, vice versa. The left should logically support those who are fighting against colonialism, imperialism, dictatorship, and oligarchs. This is very natural for the left. And I always would like to remind my left colleagues about what was the pretext for the creation of the first international. Does anybody know about that? A plus. A plus. Any other remember about it? Do you know about it? Do you know about it? Yeah, that's true. Yes. Oh, you know, A plus. A plus. Yeah. So I would like to enroll you in my course. You will have an excellent marks. Okay, because. Yeah. You know about that? Oh, great. Look, because when I talk to social democrats, to laborers from the UK, they don't know about it. But we studied Marxism very well, right? Okay, so we know about it, and I believe that's a good point. So that Marx actually, and people around him, they supported Poles in their fight against Russian Tsarism. Now, if we talk about Lenin, that's important to remember again, that Lenin differentiated between 2 kinds of nationalism. And he said, the nationalism of those who is oppressing others is definitely bad. So for him, the Russian chauvinism was the main enemy. And he was very, very clear about it. And maybe this is explanation why Mr. Putin doesn't like Lenin. But when Lenin talked about nationalism of those oppressed, he said, well, it could be both progressive and reactionary, but it could be progressive. And definitely this was better to Lenin than the chauvinism of those who were oppressors. So I think that actually we can refer to Marx and to Lenin as well. Now about one of the main topics for the left, because left are talking about NATO expansion, that this is the cause of the war. So again, we need to remind to them that when Ukraine was attacked in 2014, it was a neutral country. Ukrainians didn't want to join NATO. And by the way, I have realized how many people are talking about NATO expansion and do not understand why it happened. They thought it happened because of NATO. No. It happened because of those small countries who were part of communist empire or Russian empire because they wanted to secure their security. They wanted NATO to be expanded. So that's why I believe it's very important, when we have the voices of these countries. And when I was in South Africa this time, there was a very interesting conference conducted actually by Poles and Lithuanians about their experience to live in the Russian Empire and in the Soviet Union. So I think from practical point of view, it's very important that we are conducting joint events with these countries who experienced what the Russian system or communist system was. Now, about the Soviet Union. Definitely, the Soviet Union, as it is what's said here, it had a kind of positive flavor to most of these countries. So it's really, tricky point, because when I was telling to the people, Putin would like to restore the Soviet Empire, I saw in the eyes that students do not understand it, because Soviet Union for them is a positive thing. So it's better to talk about Russian Empire. And by the way, the difference between Russian Empire and other empires, what is the basic difference between Russian Empire and British Empire or French or whatever? Because there was never democracy in the Russian Empire or Soviet Union. Gandhi or Mandela or Sukarno, they wouldn't survive. Very, very simple in this country. So they couldn't have their non-violent movement because they would be immediately crushed and sentenced to death. So we need to remind people in a cautious way that the Soviet Union was empire in itself, and the Soviet Union committed huge crimes in the developing world. And again, I remember in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, there is a museum right in the center of the capital. And the museum is devoted to victims of Red Terror. And do you know where the term comes from, Red Terror? From Soviet Russia, from Lenin. And it's awful museum with all the skulls, and so it's really awful. And in the same way, so the Soviet Union, when he imposed his model on Ethiopia, there were huge crimes and there was collectivization. And we know very well that collectivization means starvation, right? And still there are people in these countries, including Ethiopia, which are very anti-Western. So, including those who receive grants from the West, human rights defenders. So it means that it's difficult. It's really difficult to work in these countries, but at the same time we need to present hard facts to these people. And we need to remind that Russia is not equal to the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union is not equal to Russia. Actually, it was Ukraine in the Soviet times which was a member of UN Special Committee against apartheid. Ukraine. Not Soviet Union. Okay, this was a trick of Soviet diplomacy, definitely. But from the formal point of view, it was Ukraine, which co-sponsored lots of resolutions, and it was our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Udavenka, who at some point was head of this committee. So many delegates from Africa and Asia, they embraced him in the halls of the United Nations, because it was Ukraine which co-authored many resolutions against apartheid and colonialism. I would end with importance of Ukrainian left, real Ukrainian left, to speak to these countries. And again, we know what the Communist Party of Ukraine was. Communist Party of Ukraine supported dictatorship, and Communist Party of Ukraine, unfortunately, supported Russia. So they lost tremendously in elections of 2014. And then it's important to remember what is banned in Ukraine. It's not ideology of communism, because we can't ban the ideology, right? It was the propaganda of the symbols of totalitarian states, both Nazi and the system which existed in the Soviet Union. So it's not ideology. Again, we cannot ban ideology. And we have now some, I would say, kind of progressive left who are not united in the party, but they have their own publication, which is called Commons. I do not agree with all of what have been said there, but they are very clear about what Russia is doing in Ukraine. They are denouncing Russia. So this was our old dream in Ukraine, that we need to have not just left, we need to have Ukrainian left, which are not subordinated to Moscow. And most of these people, they are associated with younger generation. Definitely they are getting older, but for me, compared to me, they are young. And I witnessed, because they conducted a seminar with left from South Africa, and it was eye-revealing for the left in South Africa. And I believe in the same way they may conduct seminars with left intellectuals or left in Latin America and other countries. I would stop here. Thank you very much. Natacha Sana, Sikomo, 2 languages of Zambia.
Thank you so much, Pan Alexiou, for your
Thank you so much, Alexei.
whole talk. So many things to unpack. Just one thing that I would like to kind of touch upon is this notion of nationalism that you mentioned, and how, interestingly, the left is so preoccupied with the Ukrainian nationalism and completely disregards Russian fascism, which is the epitome of the Russian nationalism. And maybe that's something that we can discuss later. And our next speaker is Samira Ardalani, who is a human rights activist from Iran and Italy. She is the vice president of the Giovanni Iraniani Residenti in Italia Association, which, among other things, fights the human rights violations in Iran and raises public and political awareness. Yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, first of all, for having me. Yes, so the left is supposed to defend the rights of the people. But how is it responding to modern challenges? I think that I would like to start with this question. Which is the major international threat today? Is the union of dictatorships? Are the non-aligned movement, the bloc, basically, in the UN, who is supposed not to be aligned with strong with any major power, but we have seen that is usually aligned with the Iranian regime, Russia, China. So what happens? What happens is that I am not generalizing, but a certain part of the left, specific elements, specific groups, they fall in the trap that I am talking as an Iranian activist, so I will analyze the approach, which is actually really similar, but they have towards the Iranian cause and the Iranian regime. The regime creates this perfect trap in which part of the left falls. And so we see that, for example, women's rights activists from the left, who are supposed to defend women's rights, travel to Iran, and even though they do not freely choose to wear the hijab in their daily life because they're not Muslims, they do accept to put on the mandatory veil when they visit the Islamic Republic of Iran. So the question is, what is the message that these activists, these women, are sending to Iranian women to give in, to accept oppression, not to resist? And this is one point. Another practical example. So the left is against the war, and we are all against war. But what is the solution? Is the solution appeasement? It is not. So with these talks and these arguments, the Iranian regime propaganda, and I'm going to talk about it later, actually manages to, again, make them fall in this trap so that they end up practicing a policy of appeasement towards the Iranian regime, but history has taught us, and we have all seen, we are seeing, that appeasement leads to war. So what happens is that in the end, this part of the left world ends up betraying its own values. It should be defending people's rights, but in fact is defending dictators' interests. It should defend women's rights, but in fact it is not. It is encouraging those who are violating women's rights. It should stand against war, but by appeasing these dictators, it ends up leading to wars. So we had practical examples of this in the European Parliament with what was the Qatar Gate. And I think that everybody heard about it and remembers it. We had the Qatar Gate, we had Mamedov's involvement in the Qatar Gate, and he had been actively campaigning against the Iranian resistance in the European Parliament. What we see is that there are journalists who live abroad. Some of them are of Iranian origin, some of them, they are foreigners, and we call them friend journalists, but when we say friend journalists, we mean friend of the regime, and they basically encourage, with their articles and analysis, they encourage European countries and the US and the West world to have a policy that, in fact, in the end, actually defends the regime's interests. And they're also really engaged in what we call the campaign of demonization. They try to discredit the Iranian resistance. They try to stop Iranian resistance activities abroad on the one side, and on the other side, they push for appeasement when they should not. They take stances against the blacklisting of the IRGC that we know are involved in terrorist activities, in repression, domestic repression in Iran, and we also know that they are involved in this war in Ukraine. These are many practical examples. We've seen articles in The Guardian, we've seen articles in The Spiegel, we've seen the same reality in the German parliament. This narrative this is what I would like to underline, that we see makes them fall in this trap. And what is the consequence? The consequence is that, basically, they repeat the same lies, the same accusations, which are accusations with no basis, against the Iranian regime, against the Iranian resistance in favor of the Iranian regime, and they keep spreading this propaganda. So we have this big problem of this propaganda machine that I think you understand because you have to deal with it too. And yes, so these were a few examples. I will not go, I may talk a lot more about this, but I think what is important is to understand what the left actually is supposed to be, and and which questions those who are in the left parties should make themselves, which are the questions, which are the threats. I think they need to realize which are the actual threats, the real threats, and focus on those. Otherwise, they will fall in these traps, because these are traps made by the regime, by dictatorships, because they do know that they work. They're made for them. And they will end up supporting dictators, violating people's rights, supporting imperialism, and supporting, in the end, war by supporting appeasement.
Thank you so much, Samira, and really thank you for bringing the Iranian perspective to this question. And I really appreciate that you kind of highlighted that actually, like, it's not that the left is not supporting. They might actually support the people. It's just that their solutions are usually contradict the very interests of the people that they are trying to support. But also with this kind of the solutions for appeasement, they also contradict their own ideology, which is in fact revolutionary and militaristic. So yeah. Okay, so let's move to our next speakers. We have two speakers joining us online. So the first will be Manuel Ferres. Manuel is a PhD candidate in sociology from the Alberto Hurtado University in Santiago de Chile. Manuel is also a journalist at Oriente Media News. He recently compiled a wonderful book co-authored with Olena Polko called Ukraine's Many Faces, Land, People, and Culture Revisited. This is one of his 6 books that he has published, and we're very happy that he can join us, at least online. Manuel?
Venceremos, no pasarán.
Hello, how are you? Can you see my presentation? Let me know.
Yes.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Maria. Hi to all the other panelists. I will read my presentation to be more quickly to... you can see my presentation. I will expose to you some examples as I read my presentation. So I title my presentation, Seeking Solidarity with Ukraine in the Latin American Left. Russia's new aggression against Ukraine has aroused much interest in 4 distinct but strongly interrelated environments or levels in Latin America. Political level, as you see, my president Boric with Zelensky. Academic level, media and social level. The ignorance about Ukraine and Ukrainians was reflected in the 4 environments. Russian propaganda proved to be very effective, activating prejudice and defamations against Ukraine and Ukrainians. I would like to focus on the first 2 levels or environments, the political and the academic elites, because understanding how the conflict in Ukraine is imagined and explained in the Latin American political and academic elite allows us to explain the terrible work of the media and their opinion makers, and at the social level, the lack of empathy and solidarity with Ukrainians among the social sectors of the Latin American left. At the political level, the Russian aggression was reactivated just when Latin America has a series of governments declared to be part of the political left, and some of them belong to the global left movement. At the academic level, in which many academicians began to talk about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, especially worrying has been the reaction of academicians identified with the political left. I have called this situation a crisis of the political imagination of the Latin American left. This crisis is rooted in the stagnation and lack of creativity of the political thought of the modern Latin American left. To this crisis and stagnation of the political and academic imagination of the Latin American left, we must add a long-standing work and impact of Russian propaganda that managed to seduce many important voices in Latin America, taking advantage of the rabid anti-American sentiment of the Latin American political and academic elites. It's very clear that international order is being not only questioned, which is right and necessary, but attacked by several international actors who, based on a false decolonial narrative that had deceived more than one in the Latin American left, seek to impose an order in which ethnic and religious violence, submission, invasion, and even genocide and ethnic cleansing will be the ways to solve global disputes and injustice. Contemporary Russia shows all its colonialist and imperialist tendencies, not only in its 9-year genocidal aggression against Ukraine and its threats to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Baltic states, Poland and Finland, but in its support of dictators like Bashar al-Assad, who continues to massacre his own citizens in Syria with impunity with the help of Moscow and Tehran. Russia also operates in favor of dictatorship in the African continent, make business with terrorist groups such as Hamas and Hezbollah, which it calls legitimate social political forces, and has ruthlessly abandoned the Armenian in the clutches of Baku. Under a false and cheesy colonial narrative, which has sadly led Latin American politicians such as Lula, Evo Morales, Ortega, Maduro, and López Obrador to maintain an embarrassing complicity with Russian crimes in Ukraine, Putin has gained allies in the Latin America that should, given its terrible colonial history, oppose strongly to all genocidal and colonial aggression like the one Russia does in Ukraine. To be honest, the Latin American academia was not prepared to understand, let alone explain, Russian aggression versus Ukraine. In a small study I am doing at some universities here in Chile, in which I interview students, academicians, and review the bibliography available in the libraries of those universities, I detected a lack of reliable information about the post-Soviet space in general and about Ukraine in particular. Without enough academic resources, books, articles, specialists, the Latin American Academy identified with the progressive left and with emphasis on the processes of decolonization and post-colonization, found itself in the paradox of justifying the Russian colonialist aggression against Ukraine. How can we address this crisis of the political imagination of the Latin American academic left? The beginning of the answer lies in the creation of permanent academic links between Latin America and academia of the post-Soviet countries, including, of course, Ukraine. The Latin American decolonial vision must shake off the dominant Russocentrism and learn to look and understand other non-Russian nations with empathy and solidarity. Both empathy and solidarity depend on the renewal of Latin American academic and political imagination. The politicians will not take the first step. That first step should be given by the academy committed to a modern left thinking and free of the serious flaw inherited from the nostalgia of the USSR period and who remain dominant in our university. An example that this academic collaboration is possible and fruitful was the publication of two academic books that, together with the Ukrainian professor Olena Palko, we published in this year. The first book, as you see in the presentation, in Spanish, the first academic book in Spanish exclusively dedicated to Ukraine, was Discovering Ukraine, Its People, Its History, and Its Culture. Ukrainian specialists from all over the world participated in the book, including 3 Ukrainians who reside in Mexico and Argentina. The second one, published in English in July, Ukraine's Many Faces, I have to say that both books are open access. You can find it for free. Another concrete proposal I would like to put forward in this panel is the creation of a series of university chairs of Eastern and Central Europe, inspired by the model of the Jean Monnet chairs of the European Union. I had the opportunity to coordinate one of the Jean Monnet chairs in Mexico, and it seemed to me that this is an efficient, affordable, and effective way to activate the academic imagination of Latin American students and academics about this region of the world that still suffers the aggression of Russian colonialism. If any of those who hear these words are interested in dwelling and support this proposal of university chairs on Eastern Europe in Latin America, do not hesitate to contact me. Masha can share my WhatsApp and email without problem. I can only say thank you for this opportunity and invite you to contact me and other Latin American academicians and students who believe that we have an unavoidable professional responsibility in the face of the onslaught of colonialism, imperialism, and intolerance of forces that seek to eliminate the freedom of the democratic nation and people. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Masha.
Thank you so much, Manuel, and thank you for giving us this Latin American broad perspective and also Mexican perspective. And thanks for kind of highlighting what happens when there is this epistemic injustice that we call when there is a real lack of knowledge about one context and it's been very successfully exploited by the countries such as Russia to impose its own narratives and exploit this ignorance to promote its own version and
Excuse me, may I say
that.
one phrase? El pueblo unido.
Jamás será vencido. The people together will be never defeated.
Thank
Pueblo
you.
unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido. This is from my youth.
All right, thank you so much. And we have our next speaker, Leila Al-Shami. Leila is a British Syrian activist and writer. Do we have Leila with us? Yay! Welcome. Leila is a British Syrian activist and writer. She has 2 decades experience working on human rights and social justice issues in Syria and the broader Middle East through grassroots organizing and work with local and international NGOs. She is also a co-author of an amazing book that I highly recommend to everyone. It's called Burning Country, Syrians in Revolution and War. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm sorry I'm unable to be with you in person today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Western left's response to the ongoing conflict in Syria, a conflict which started as a pro-democracy movement against the Assad dictatorship, a peaceful movement against the Assad dictatorship. So I want to go back to April 2018. Because at that time, we saw protests across the Western world that brought together people from both the far left and the far right of the political spectrum, opposing the war on Syria. But this war that people were mobilizing about was not the genocidal war that Assad had been waging for years against the Syrian population. It was against Western limited military action, against the military capabilities of the regime, which had just carried out a chemical attack and massacre in the Damascus suburbs. So this led Syrians to ask why people on the left, who self-identified as anti-imperialists, would be so ready to mobilize to thwart military action by Western states against Assad's military capabilities and chemical weapons manufacturing facilities, but never once mobilized to oppose the war that Assad was conducting along with his allies against the Syrian population. Since then, we've seen the same scenario play out in multiple different contexts, from Hong Kong to Ukraine, which leads me to think that this isn't an aberration, but is instead a key feature of the discourse and practice of today's anti-imperialist left. So working within these kind of outdated and reductionist binaries stemming from the Cold War, the anti-imperialist left divides the world into two competing belligerent blocs. There's the imperialist camp, which is represented by the US, by Israel, by the EU and their allies, and there's the anti-imperialist camp represented by Russia, China, Iran, and others. The latter camp, the anti-imperialist camp, is always supported regardless of the authoritarian nature of their regimes or the extent of human rights abuses that they are carrying out. And the imperialist camp is always opposed. So we see that the anti-imperialist left is kind of rejecting class struggle or social conflict occurring within countries, and instead seeing world events solely through a geopolitical lens, which means that the authoritarian left is willing to support one state over another in an inter-imperialist conflict, whether that's real or imagined. So this is not a position for revolutionary social transformation. It's more a slide towards multipolarism advocated by certain fascists who see Western power or hegemony as best challenged by the emergence of other global axes of power. Abandoning international solidarity, they completely erase any voices from the ground, and ordinary people are denied any agency. There's no attempt made to understand local context, culture, politics, economy. It's a situation where people living in the imperial core are setting the narrative for the broader globe, and Syria or Ukraine is just a battleground upon which pseudo-anti-imperialists can project their own ideology and political struggles. Failing to respond to any imperialism which is non-Western in origin, this left has been completely impotent to respond to Russian and Iranian imperialism, which are the main threats to Syrian self-determination. Russia and Iran have given the Assad regime significant political and military support. They both intervened militarily in Syria to prop up the Assad regime when it was close to collapse and to help crush the domestic opposition. They've both been rewarded for that support by the regime. Russia has many lucrative contracts now for gas and oil extraction, and Iran is buying up Syria's real estate and repopulating certain areas of Syria with Shia, the families of Shia militia, and they're now taking over the land and homes of the communities which were forcibly displaced by the regime and by Iran. So this is on democratic lines because most of those communities were Sunni Muslims, and the regime is trying to ensure that it has a loyal constituency and to ensure that refugees can never return home. When Western states did military intervene in Syria, it wasn't to depose Assad, but was in the context of the war on terror. The coalition completely destroyed the city of Raqqa, which was ISIS's de facto capital in Syria, completely destroyed the city, caused many civilian deaths. But the West didn't mobilize, the Western left didn't mobilize against this. There were no calls for proportionality or to protect civilians, ensure that civilians were protected from bombing and harm. These pseudo-imperialists have also played a very key role in spreading disinformation and false news around the Syria crisis in a way which discredits the opposition and lends support to the Russian and regime narrative. And we see this also very clearly with Ukraine. They argued in the Syria context that all opposition to Assad were extremists, jihadi terrorists. They argued that the opposition were just agents of the West who were trying to advocate for Western military intervention. They claimed that massacres were staged or didn't happen, and that the victims of massacres were just crisis actors. So finally, I just want to say that we should be very clear that these positions are not anti-war positions, because it wasn't just a matter of the Western left opposing military action in Syria. They also ended up opposing any other non-military measures that could have helped the Syrian opposition. For example, calling for the regime to be held accountable, either through sanctions or through legal means for accountability for war crimes. They rejected calls for no-fly zones, which could have protected civilians from aerial assault. So they took no actions at all, even principles which you think are kind of non-negotiable, like releasing democratic protesters who are in Syrian prisons. Even calls like that they failed to support. So I'm going to end there, but I'm just going to go back to what's already been said, that, you know, we need to start approaching struggles or conflict on the basis of common principles. We can't fall into this trap where people only supporting or opposing a cause depending on who is the perpetrator and who is the victim and who are the actors within that who support their own cause or their own politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Leila. And yes, I think we would all completely agree that this very kind of campist position of this side or that side, actually kind of this dogmatic position actually prevents you from just kind of supporting basic human values and ideas. Actually, I'll probably start with this question then, before I move to giving the floor to our audience. So, you know, if we think that that it is better, or that it makes a lot of sense to kind of unite on this mutual solidarity in support of the principles that we all want to live in a democratic state, we all want to have free societies. Why do we need left? Why do we need appealing to left? Why do we need their support? Especially considering that in every society, left actually constitutes only a small part of the population of a very particular politically attuned people with a very specific ideology. So why do we need left? this is the question for everyone, so whoever would like to share.
Yeah, I did sort of indicate it in the beginning, but I'll tell you why, coming from my Indian perspective. Leela will stay with us, right, online? See, I just wanted to show you that the left, again, there's a contradiction there. In India, for instance, the left are large parties, which are the most courageous in defending the rights of the most oppressed, as well as going to, anti-fascist movements, very real, on the ground. So you have this situation where there are groups which are, for instance, just before I came here, there were arrests of journalists. Now, these are left-wing journalists whose paper carries the complete, propaganda, Putin and Xi propaganda, when it comes to international issues. It's all there. Except that in India, because that is the common sense anyway, the left's doing it doesn't really make a big difference. They're not saying the right thing makes. But the person, a 76-year-old editor, he's arrested, he's put away in prison on an anti-terror charge for telling the truth about India. So you have a situation where the left is two things. At the same time, they are defending the most awful regimes, and they're also opposing an awful regime. And therefore, I say that we need the left to understand that by supporting Putin, they're doing themselves damage, not themselves, doing the anti-fascist struggle in India damage. So I think what Leela said about consistency and defending principles, not camps, I think that is crucial, because then one realizes that, you're not defending something because of some abstract ideas that you have. You are defending people. You are defending human beings and justice for human beings. That makes it easier, much easier, doesn't it?
If anyone would like to add something?
I would simply like to connect to what was being said about Syria. She talked about Iranian regime's involvement and how the active presence of the IRGC units in Syria, in fact, helped Bashar Assad and stopped the revolution from reaching its aim. I think that one of the elements that should make us, I can't say laugh, cry, is that certain elements in a certain part of the left world, they claim that they are against imperialism, but then when a state like the Iranian regime has a slogan which is from Karbala to Quds, which literally means from Karbala, which is in Iraq, to Jerusalem, and has this policy of expansion in the region, the policy that she was talking about, and meddling in other countries' region. In that case, we see that that part of the left is not taking a stance against that kind of, if we want to call it imperialism. And so it's a double standard. We have seen this double standard many times. And one of the questions I would like to ask is, why hasn't the European Union taken a firm stance against the IRGC? We know that it was actively involved in crimes against humanity in Syria. We know that it's actively involved in this war by sending, we are talking about war crimes, by sending weapons that are killing civilians in Ukraine. We know that it's the major sponsor of terrorism, the Iranian regime, in the region. Yet we have so-called activists who are Iranian regime's lobbyists in the West, especially in the USA, who claim to be part of the left wing, and they push this narrative against sanctions in favor of appeasement, against the blacklisting of the IRGC. So I thought it was important to underline this. I just wanted to add this.
Thank you so much. I think we have a few more minutes for the questions from the audience. I see a hand over there. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Mario, and I'm the guy on the right. That is not always right. I just want to thank you for your leadership, for your experience. I just want to say that the same thing happens in the right. I mean, we have people in Spain that they consider themselves from the right. I think that they are not, they are fascist. And fascist is not right, as Leninist is not a leftist. But, and they think that Vladimir Putin is a defender of the family principles and yada yada. And I mean, they are jerks, and I'm just describing them, not defining them. But it's a struggle that we people from the right, conservatives or liberals, must assume. I mean, to call dictators doesn't matter to whom political familiar they depend on and rely on, what they are. Dictators, fascist, communist, Leninist, I mean, and not assume them as part of our political parties. And I just want to ask Manuel in particular, if he thinks that the problem in the academy, and South America in particular, has to do with these ideology families, or even has some component of financial aid or supply or something a little more darker behind them. And thank you again so much.
Thank you for your question, Manuel.
Yes, of course. As I tried to say in my presentation, the problem is that we are talking in Latin America about about Syria without the Syrians. We are talking about Iran without the Iranians. And now we are talking inside all our universities and in our media about Ukraine without Ukraine. How to start to solve the problem? The problem is an abstract. You can, when you have an abstract about the Syrians and Iranian and Palestinian, Israelis, Ukrainian people, you can make all kind of propaganda above that. But if you have a process of humanization of that people, if we have Iranian professor in our universities, if you have Latin American professor in your universities, Ukrainian professor, if you have books, it's so simple as that. I went to several libraries in very good universities in Chile, and they don't have enough information about Ukraine. It's impossible to make contact and empathy and solidarity, all that beautiful words that all the panelists are talking about, but without knowledge, it's not about information, it's about knowledge. Without knowledge, all the propaganda from Assad, from the Ayatollahs, from Putin, will work in a very good way in our university. So we must do an effort to have here in Latin America voices from Iran, voices from Syria, voices from Ukraine, in Latin America, not far away. So we must think a creative way to deal with this lack of empathy and solidarity beyond the beautiful words. We need to make specific processes to put in contact academics from Latin America with academic from Ukraine, from Poland, from Finland, from Syria, from Palestine, but also from Israel, from Turkey, from the Kurdish. So we need to address the issue in a very basic way. We don't have in Latin America enough information about this problem. So it's my humble opinion.
Thank you so much.
May I very briefly add to that that actually we Ukrainians and Ukrainian universities are open for these contacts. I'm talking about Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, where I'm professor of comparative politics, and that's why I know a little bit, but about everything. So we would be happy definitely to have webinars, to have joint publications. We are ready to provide interviews directly about physical presence. You know, it's more difficult, but at least I know that in mid-December there would be a delegation of Ukrainian civil society in Brazil. So theoretically, that's closer to come to Chile from Brazil. So this is just theoretically, right? And I'm not sure if you spread the list of contacts, but please spread my email.
Yes.
And we would be happy to contact you, as well as everybody who is interested in other countries. So we are building also African studies. We are interested in have partnerships with Southeast Asia, definitely with India, which is not easy sometimes, but yeah, so we are open to these contacts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry we are running out of time, but I'm very happy that we... Yeah, but we are running out of time. We can continue answering the questions over coffee, over lunch.
I'm really sorry, but I represent Democratic Initiatives Foundation, and it's necessary
I'm
to
sorry,
talk.
we have our
We don't
schedule
have 10
and,
minutes? 10 minutes? Let's vote. Who is in favor of stopping and going out for lunch? Or who is willing to talk for just 10 minutes to get to truth?
Okay. All right. So the question here I see. Sorry.
From civil society.
Okay.
Hello?
Sure.
Yes. Hello, my name is Matej. I think I'm going to ask a question from myself personally, not necessarily from the organization that I represent. Thank you very much. First of all, I think that this panel has been very human. I felt really the human experience coming through, so thank you for that. I wanted to ask a slightly complicated question, right? So there was some comments earlier about young people who feel discouraged in their belief of the democratic system. Then we heard that we all want to live in democratic societies, and as a young person, like I would like to say, yes, we are disappointed. Democracy, this very strong word, very powerful idea, which was supposed to mean rule for the people, by the people, has evolved into voting one day every 4 years. And bringing us back to the beginning of the panel, where our Indian colleague said we should not talk about them, we should talk about us, then the key word of this event for me has been accountability. And what I wanted to ask is, what is the panel's perspective on accountability? Especially, how can we hold the bad guys or the bad people or the bad actors to account if we don't have proper, robust systems to hold our allies accountable? Thank you.
Maybe we can collect a few questions and then let the participant answer. So there is a question over... Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Good afternoon. I'm Monsi Serrano from the Philippines. I'm a journalist. One of the big issues right now, based on my experience, the propaganda, the disinformation being done by both Russia and China. In my humble opinion, I think since we started cooperating already, the Southern people group, we really have to come up with a very good communication strategy, because each region and each country has its own respective audience. Professor, I love your input. Perhaps you could work and share something. How are we going to improve our communication, our news in this respective region? Thank you.
Okay, a few more questions.
Hi, Nick Yurla from Truth Hounds. Thanks again very much for coming here and bringing this perspective. This is something that we really lacked, especially talking about this global left, if you can call it. And Kavita, thanks to you personally for sharing your experience as well. One challenge that we have, and I see, is finding the right platform to engage with the thinkers of the global left. I remember going as far as to the left subreddits, and you only can imagine what I was unleashed upon there when I was trying to explain that this is not, Ukrainians are not neo-Nazis, even if somebody wears a chevron, a patch with a wolf's angle. That Ukrainians are fighting the war for survival against the genocidal aggression. That Ukrainians were a part of the Soviet Union. And during this, Ukrainian diplomats, which were Soviet diplomats at the time, fought against apartheid, for example, in South Africa. And now we hear that Russians who were against decolonization during Soviet times monopolize the legacy of the positive things the Soviet Union did for your people. My question is, which platforms are we missing to deliver this message? Because we want this open talk, we want this open engagement. Thank you.
All right, and last question.
Моє запитання, на жаль, не стосується лівого.
Unfortunately, my question will not be associated with either left or right. I would like to deliver to the honorary esteemed audience the idea that I personally, as well as my organization, has the idea to stop military actions, but not in the sense of the war, but rather in the sense of stopping the infliction of death in any kind of conflict, not necessarily the war and warfare, but whether or not such process could be enabled, and if so, then how. My name is Holubko Andrei Alexandrovich, so is there. I represent the International Society for Human Rights. So this is the question which never had a clear answer produced so far. So please contribute to finding such answer. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go very briefly and answer. Oh, okay. One more question.
Given Professor Harany has mentioned Commons Journal, so I have to speak. So, Denis Pilash, I wanted to pick up with this point that the problem with those on the left who have abandoned the solidarity of the oppressed, who have abandoned the solidarity of working people in favor for this geopolitical nonsense, campist way of thinking that enemy of my enemy is my friend, is also often coincides with, these are precisely those people who don't bother to speak to actual people on the ground, to actual people in Syria, in Ukraine, in other places. But at the other hand, there are lots of people from across the left spectrum and organizations who did real solidarity, and we experienced it. So maybe those on this really internationalist left, what forms of networks of solidarity can we do to really make these voices significant and not those ones fake anti-imperialists?
Okay, thank you so much. You have another question? Yeah, let's do that.
Thank you for giving me this small opportunity. I just wanted to reflect on what my predecessors said, that perhaps we don't have time, but maybe next time we talk of the new left. There is an emerging new left movement all over the world. It is expressed through different ways, through grassroots. In Europe, it has this green movement, the other perspectives. So they are termed, political science terms them as center, but they are really center-left. So maybe that is one answer, and they are quite having big solidarity with Ukraine. But my question to the panelists is that the dogmatism of the left, in India especially, the very big dogmatism, I need not reflect, and the bifurcation into several parties starting from 1964, which led to multiple left parties in India, which is one of the factors, and they're very, very, very dogmatic about several ideas. And to Professor Haran is that, do we need a very healthy Ukrainian left in order to balance the political spectrum? Thank you. Do we need a healthy political left party to have the, political spectrum balanced?
So let's have just a very, very brief responses, please. Sure, just one by one, very quickly.
I'm not going to respond to everything, just to the question you asked. And I do think that there is a need, and no such platform exists now. Again, I say that this need not and must not be a left platform, because as we can see, those labels are not things that really describe everyone here. I think, and that's literally a one-line suggestion that I have on this entire conference, in fact, that you see, we are here to figure out how to create solidarity for Ukraine in the global south. Do you know who are the leaders who are presenting themselves as the leaders of the global south? Narendra Modi of India, as well as Vladimir Putin of Russia. And the latest instance which is allowing them to do this is their loud, Putin is doing this loud, propaganda for, Palestine, but actually Hamas. He is doing it. And Modi is doing it by saying, we are a country just like Israel facing Muslim terrorism next door. These languages, different, but they are trying to usurp the space that we people should have. And I therefore beg that if, the most effective way, the one solid way we could build solidarity for Ukraine at this moment, like today, now, would be for a statement calling for international rule of law to prevail in the Middle East between Israel and Palestine, and just say rule of law, which means you cannot kill civilians, you cannot abduct children, you cannot kill civilians, you can't, cut off electricity, water, all of that. That would be a huge gesture. And that's not something a government will do and diplomats will do, but people can. And if we leave alone the ifs and buts and the history, of all the speakers here, look at the social media pages of those of us who've defended Ukraine and are on this panel. Our social media pages now are full of the pain of Palestine and the Gazan people awaiting ethnic cleansing. Look at Leela's, look at mine, So please, do that as well, because otherwise it's very distressing to see that exactly the same blind spots we see on the left, we also see on those who don't count themselves on the left and count themselves on the side of justice.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to add something very briefly?
There were questions to me. So first of all, how to improve communication? Well, if I were right, I would say this is $1 billion question. If I'm left, I cannot talk about money. But look, definitely more knowledge in your countries about Ukraine. And here we need to be inventive, because some things are working in one country, they will not work in other countries. So for example, look, in South Africa, it's so difficult to talk to the ruling party. Okay, because in other countries we talked to ruling parties, to opposition, but South Africa was very difficult. But there is civil society, there are universities, and there are experts, think tanks, so, and it's possible to deal with. So in other countries, definitely, in Muslim countries, definitely, we need to send, to include in the delegations Crimean Tatars. Somebody said it during previous panel. Definitely, yes. We need also to send religious figures, and not only Islam, but also Christian. You know, Archbishop of Cape Town was in Ukraine last winter, actually, in Lviv and Kiev, and he was so vocal about Ukraine, and he's so interested. He boarded 4 a.m. flight in Cape Town to visit our delegation in Pretoria. 4 a.m. flight, you know. So he was so committed. So different methods in different countries. What is demanded from us Ukrainians? It's for us to understand the local context, because it's really difficult to understand if you don't feel it. And I remember after the full-scale invasion, I was so naive that I expected that in all these countries all over the world there would be mass demonstrations, like the left demonstrated against the war in Vietnam and so on and so on. It happened in Europe, but it didn't happen in the global south. So we need, only after visiting these countries, I understood to what extent anti-Westernism is coming with a mother's, you know, milk. And it's very, very difficult to overcome. So we need to be prepared as well, and not to be frustrated. Also about political party of the left in Ukraine. Look, I think it's really important for the foreign audience to understand that Ukrainian nationalism traditionally was left. Okay? The socialist parties dominated in Ukrainian nationalist movement. And this is a paradox of history. That's Lenin, who was left, sent the Red Army to crush the socialist government in independent Ukraine. What happened next? There was a very strong branch of Ukrainian national communism, which combines the idea of communism with independent Soviet Ukrainian Republic. And all these people were demolished in the 30s. And that's why, you know, the fate of creating real Ukrainian left became a problem. I'm finishing. There was a party in Ukraine, which was a socialist party, which evolved to the left social democracy and was about to join the Socialist International. And unfortunately,
Alexei,
they had... Let me finish two phrases, sorry. Sorry, I'm left, so I'm against discrimination. So, I'm kidding, forgive me. You interrupted me. So, the socialists actually got the golden share in Ukrainian parliament, and they were simply bought by the oligarchs. And the idea was totally crushed. So yes, I fully agree. We need Ukrainian left party, but it's for Ukrainian left to create it. Maybe some people from Commons, they would be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We only have a minute left, and I would like to give the other speakers an opportunity to respond. Just one sentence. Samira, if you would like to.
Just one sentence, talking about countries who are not in solidarity with Ukraine. I would like to underline, as an Iranian activist in exile, and as someone who works with the National Council of Resistance of Iran, that the Iranian people and the Iranian regime are two very different entities. I think that the uprising, the massive uprising of the last year against the regime showed it. So the Iranian people stand with Ukraine because they do know what it means, even if it's a different context. They do know what dictators do, and the Iranian resistance stands with you. So I just wanted to underline very shortly this point. And I am sure that this is the case also of many other countries which are not democratic countries.
Thank you so much. I think we're really running out of time, and I just want to thank everyone, the panelists, the audience, for coming and for staying so long, even beyond what we were all supposed to stay. Thank you for your interest, and have a great day.
And many thanks to our moderator. We feel it was very, very difficult to moderate this session because of some speakers, but you did it well. Thank you.
Glamorous closing ceremonies today. And we will just say a few words on behalf of the organizers, me as a representative of the state currently, and Tatiana as a representative of NGOs and all those fantastic organizations who were our partners in crime for this conference. Partners in Crimea. Can you show the slide? Because of all the organizational issues, to talk with every and each of you and to extract your knowledge, your understanding of what's going on. But I'm so happy and proud that you are here with us today, that we made it, and I'm sure that we will think about all of those things that were told on this stage, and I'm especially proud with the latter panel. That was fantastic and that brought lots of attention, even though it's the last panel, but it was really very important. And I think that it should be just the beginning, and we will think how to process it all. But I think that so many, even more than I thought initially, things that unite us with every context of every country that was presented here. And we should work on this more, and I feel like maybe the main thing about this conference is that Ukraine is getting our subjectivity, right? So thank you for this feeling. This is fantastic, and I'm sure that it's not the last time that we meet, but next year, you know, please get prepared to travel to Crimea. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear colleagues. There is no time for closing remarks, but we do think it is better to have more space for questions, for discussions. And thank you to all of you who were with us all these 3 days. Our conference covered many issues, starting from food security, Wagner Group, energy infrastructure, international justice and human rights, left ideologies and how they reflect Russian invasion to Ukraine, and many others. We hope that every one of you found something interesting during this conference, and many thanks for those who were staying with us all these 3 days. And especially to the guests who travel from many countries, which are thousands and thousands kilometers from Ukraine. For us, it was very challenging. We did this format of conference for the first time. We had several co-organizers, and we hope that it is not our last conference. We hope that next one will be in Crimea, as my colleague Maria Tomak said. So we welcome all of you to discuss maybe post-war future, of Ukraine, and we were enriched with these discussions and with experience of our distinguished speakers from Latin America, from Africa, from Asian countries, and we also hope that these days in Ukraine also helped you to understand Ukraine and Ukrainians more. And we are very grateful for all who worked to make it happen, for our teams, for volunteers, for interpreters, and special thanks to our donors, without whom this conference would not be possible. Thank you.